Okay. Jay, would you lead us in the pledge?
My pleasure. Would everyone rise? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as a whole.
So moved.
Second.
Did I hear a second?
Second, Jim. Kyle.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It was unanimous. So now the next item is to either approve or modify the consent agenda. So I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I have one. I just have one question on number 2. We can pull it, or I can just make my comment and we can move on.
All right, go ahead.
I would just like maybe to Heather to investigate this a little bit, maybe more for the next budget. Just kind of see how other municipalities are doing a payment in lieu of health insurance. I don't know that that's even I just don't know that everybody's doing that. I know the town has good insurance and not like this, but we offer insurance. If they don't want to use ours and to use their wife's or spouse or whatever, that's their choice. But it's just something we can look in down the road.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
So do we want to, Kyle?
Sorry, I'd like to pull number 1, the minutes. I didn't have time to review for this meeting.
Okay.
The May 11th meeting.
All right. So we will pull that off the consent agenda. And Jay, did you want to pull that item 2?
No, Heather can just check in this down the future, for maybe the next budget year. But just
Okay.
give us a little information on that.
All right. Well, are there any other modifications? I would then, yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of number 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Let me mention one thing I wanted to sneak in about item 6, about Keep America Beautiful. I know there are a lot of grants available through that program, and I'd like to encourage Cindy to go after some of those grants and work with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board and Main Street Pittsboro to try to get a hold of some of that grant money. So I'd just like to pass that along to her as we ask her to work on our behalf.
Okay. So with the exception of pulling the item number 1, the consent agenda is approved, and we've approved the full agenda. So the first item on the regular agenda are updates, and I would just have one to begin with, and that is over the last week I've been working with Alyssa from the EDC, and she with the state EDC. And it turns out that the federal government is asked for applications for a facility to be constructed to house the new Space Force. And it turns out that both the state EDC and Alyssa believe that Pittsboro does in fact meet all of the very stringent criteria that is set forth in the request for an application. And so what is required is that the mayor sign a letter approving the submission of an application, and then the state ADC will have the governor sign below that he supports the application. And so I have signed that letter, but I have held it until I could mention it to you guys tonight. And what will happen is that someone from the state EDC will pick that letter up from Cassie and take it to the governor for his signature, and then it'll be submitted. It's a rather long shot because I'm sure there'll be extensive competition for this new facility, providing, of course, that it survives whatever happens in November. But at any rate, I wanted to bring that to your attention. And if there's any questions, I'll try to answer them. Okay. All right. EDC, Michael, and your other. Yes.
Just, do we have any citizen matters?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Cassie, did we have any that were sent in by email, or Bob? No?
Cassie, you're muted.
No. Okay. So there were none. All right. So Commissioner Fiocco, if you want to.
Yeah, I've got quite a number of updates actually. So start with the EDC. The EDC has their final strategic plan document prepared, and they are now working on an accompanying action plan. The Moncure Megasite has been rebranded. It is now known as the Triangle Innovation Point. And along with Jones Lang, Long, and Samet Construction, they're kind of marketing and trying to get tenants in there for design build. Alyssa wanted me to mention that among those things, they are also compiling a roster of minority-owned businesses for marketing and coordination, and are reaching out to those businesses to help support their needs and find ways that the EDC can help. The RPO, very interesting meeting. Lots of financial problems with the DOT, and lots of projects going on the wayside and being put on hold. I am happy to report again that the Circle project in Chatham Parkway remain funded and remain active. So that's really fantastic news. And then something interesting I thought was very interesting at the Tarpo meeting happened, and Jeff will know what I'm talking about, but we have a new employee. Her name is Teresa Thompson, and she's in planning, and she was selected as the Rural Technical Coordinating Committee Chair at the last Tarpo meeting. So thank you, Teresa, and welcome aboard.
Thank you. I'm excited to be the chair.
Make it a splash.
Thank you indeed.
Yeah. So we need to talk about Tarpo business, see how we can make things happen for Pittsburgh and Chatham County, honestly, because we need to represent not only Pittsburgh's interests, but Siler City, Chatham County, Goldston. We need to represent all of those folks. So we'll do that. Main Street, weather and COVID have caused delays in many of our construction projects, but we are pressing forward, moving on, and there is progress being made. I think Screaming for Vintage, the old Beggars and Choosers, is just about finished today. I think it looks pretty good. What I'd like to also do is Jay and I attend the Parks and Rec Advisory Board meetings, and I think let's plug them in as another update. And I'll start this evening with an update talking about Kiwanis Park. There's been a little bit of an issue with Dominion Energy wanting to purchase land from Kiwanis to create a substation there. And that's having an impact on the design work we've done to date. And we're questioning whether or not the park and a substation are good neighbors for each other. So I know Jeff is looking into how to respond and kind of taking the lead on that, and seeing, you know, what we have in our budget and from a design perspective and how to address this issue. And also historic Lewis Freeman Park, I think bids came in, or no, cost estimate, right, Jeff? Just a cost estimate, yeah. and we're just under $600,000. It's a spectacular looking park, and I hope someday we're going to be able to put that on the ground. And one other thing that I'll mention also when we get to the budget is Robeson Creek Trail. Got money from FEMA, and that money will only go so far as to recreate the gravel trail that we have there. And we're in a floodplain down there, and that floodplain is going to flood again, and that gravel is going to get washed away again. And I'd love for us to find a way to make it a more durable substance and a more accessible substance, because gravel is not the most friendly for folks with handicaps, accessibility issues, sorry. And that's it for my updates.
Any other updates from the commissioners? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to old business. And the first item on the agenda is the revised budget. So Heather?
Yep. So we sent out the revised budget with the memo detailing all of the changes. And I know that there's been some discussion about ABC revenues. And I know that there is, and I'm not sure if there's any other questions regarding the changes that we made to the budget. So currently we are taking about 43,000 from fund balance on, almost 44,000 from fund balance on the general fund side. But we were able to add back in a lot of the items that we previously had cut before we brought the first draft to the board. So anyway, I guess I open it up for questions from the board.
Well, I don't mind starting it off. I have a few questions, Heather. My first one is under expenditures, and I may have missed this, but can you explain this archive social $5,000?
Yes, so that is, it was discussed when we had our special meeting about the budget. It is $5,000 for a program that will search our social media posts. Most likely, I mean, right now we just really have Facebook. So if we had a public records request, and if there was anything that was potentially related to posts on Facebook on the town of Pittsburgh's Facebook page, the Archive Social can search and get all the relevant posts so that we can respond to a public records request with all the information.
Okay. You want me to just keep going and get rid of my mess?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. The electronic agenda management system. I know we talked about this maybe a couple of years ago, and having tablets for the board. Personally, I don't see that that's necessary. I know Mr. Messick will disagree with me on that. I really think we need to check, see if that's really necessary at this time. I'll just keep going. The pay study, Kyle brought this up. I'm just concerned if we do a pay study at this time, are we going to be able to raise our people up to where our employees, if necessary? I hate to do a study and then we not be able to have the money to give them the amount, the needed money. Second or third or fourth, whatever, the Main Street ABC allocation says $5,000. Well, I look back on my on page 38, and it has a $13,000 line adjustment there. I mean, we're already at $90,000 on that line adjustment, and I just can't see that. I can't support that at all.
Okay, so just to explain that 5,000 in the Main Street budget, they were requesting 5,000 to be allocated from ABC revenue, And I didn't have that in the first revision of the budget because the ABC revenues have to come through the town of Pittsboro. So I had changed the amount they were requesting from 85,000 to 90,000. So I increased it by the 5,000.
Okay.
And,
Well, it says to me 2019 to 20 budget was $76,990, and the 2020 to 21 is 90,000, 16.9% increase. That's $13,000 in 10.
Yes. Yes. I just was noting, how much of an increase it was from the first revision, the first version of the budget.
Okay. Can I say something on that topic, please?
Yes.
Actually, as I said before, when we discussed the budget earlier at another meeting, the Main Street program, I'm definitely in support of it, but I am not in support of increasing their budget to $90,000. I am not in favor of that. And the 5,000 from the ABC, I'm not in favor of that either. So that's of concern to me. I just wanted to put that in. I'll let Jay finish, but I'm not in favor of increasing that, but their budget to $90,000. Definitely not in favor of that.
Thank you, Pam. And I'll make note, I don't know if everybody's been paying attention, but that building was studded up with what I understand is white pine. And I'm not a building contractor, but anytime that you put wood up on brick, mortar, or concrete, you should use treated lumber. They did not use treated lumber. I'm a little surprised that the contractor didn't do that. And then he come back with metal studs. So that makes me wonder who's looking after this project. Heather, the other thing I was looking back at, our water rates did not go up. Is that correct?
No, I have a 2.5% increase in the water rates.
Where was that at? Because I did not find that in here.
Well, it was in the presentation I gave during the budget, the special meeting budget talk. I showed the difference in the rates. So the version of the budget that you have right now shows the increased water and sewer rates.
But it doesn't show our last rates, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's going to be hard to explain to our residents that feel like they can't even drink the water. I'm just going on with questions that I've got from folks also too.
Just one on that, Heather. When was our last water rate increase?
We increased them last year as well, 2.5%, but prior to that, they had not been increased 5 or 6 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Heather, one more. You wrote all this down, didn't you?
Yes.
In the revenues, the increased sales tax revenue, is that coming off of the 0.25% from the last election in November? Is that where that's coming from?
No, we don't. So you mean with the county's increase?
I'm just going by our revenues right here. It says sales tax revenues by 120,600.
Right. No, but when you reference a rate increase from the last election, you're talking about the county's increase in sales tax?
Yeah, that was a quarter %.
Right. We don't actually get any of that revenue for that sales tax increase. So the increase that I did between this version and the previous version was because we finally got the April sales tax revenue, and it was better than anticipated. I mean, we still had decreases in a few areas, but so that changed my projections for the upcoming fiscal year. In addition, I also made my estimates for the upcoming year consistent in terms of the fact that I still am more conservative than the league is on their estimates, but I'm consistent with how conservative I am across the board. So I just did it 3% more conservative than the league was for every month. So that
I do
changed
remember
the
you
estimate.
mentioning that.
Okay,
Thank you, hon.
Yep.
I think I had one more, but I will stop for right now. And like to hear some comments for some other board members.
I'll start. I have a couple concerns as well. The one concern definitely is that electronic agenda management system. I don't know if we need to do that just yet. We don't know how this economy is going to look due to the coronavirus. We may not have funds to do certain things, so we need to be, I think, a little bit more conservative. And the pay study, again, don't mind a pay study, but I don't want to just have a study and then be unable to increase the employees as indicated in the pay study. So I would not be in favor of that. The other thing, if you could explain the Fema funds. Now, what was those funds from? Can you explain that for me?
yeah, so that is FEMA funds that we have received this current fiscal year, the 1920 fiscal year. And I'm just carrying them over into the new fiscal year because we have not spent them on the trail. This is the Robeson Creek walking trail that that Commissioner Fiocco was talking about. So and you'll see, so the revenues, it's showing under revenues, and then the expense is under the Parks Department.
So the FEMA, it was due to flooding. Is that what the funds were for?
Yes, it washed out the part of the walking trail, and we had gotten estimates to get it back up to its prior condition for this current fiscal year. We just haven't had the work done yet. So since we can't, we have to just carry the funds forwards.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Could you, where it says unfinished contracts for Parks Department, what contracts are you referring to there?
We have two different contracts for design work for the Kiwanis Park and for the Rectory Street Park, or the Lewis Freeman Park. So those contracts are open. So I'm just carrying funds forwards for that.
Okay. But those are my main concerns. And as I've already previously stated about the Main Street. So those are my main concerns in reference to it. Some of those, as I said, I cannot support the items which I just stated because I just don't think this is the time. It's not appropriate for that. And I can't support that increase to Main Street to a budget of $90,000.
I'll make a couple comments on those items there. In particular, the agenda management is something I've been talking about, and then something I've been talking about with the planning department specifically is that the developers are spending a lot of money to print the drawings and deliver them to us. And I think that the number on the last Northwood development there, the developer paid $700 to print the drawings and to provide them to the town board. So I think that in that case, we can increase our development review fees slightly and cover actually the cost of the agenda management software, which would apply to all agendas, but also cover that technology fee there. And I believe it'd be an overall decreased cost for the developers as well, and not having to print those drawings. And then in terms of the pay study, I certainly agree, and I'm concerned about being able to get the pay where we need it to as well. But I think that not knowing where it needs to be doesn't change the fact that it's probably not where it needs to be. And so I think that the pay study will allow us to make a plan to get it to where it needs to be. And I think that we have included the 2.5% raise this year, which not, even the county, I think, is not doing a pay raise this year. So I think that's a really good show of faith on our part. And I think that doing the pay study and making a plan to do that and some of those changes we talked about, merit raises and things, I think just making a plan to do that would be good, versus just saying, we don't want to know how we're doing because we're not sure that we could afford it, I guess. And I share that same concern, but I don't think we know where we sit in terms of what's affordable or not. And then another one I've mentioned as well, and I guess we can talk about this later in the affordable housing update, but we don't have any money in the current budget for affordable housing. I'm not sure actually what we need it for, but I just think that there will be some cost if we're going to make measurable progress on that goal beyond forming the nonprofit. And then one question as well, Heather, on the pilot testing. I see the pilot testing. We had nothing for that this year, and now it's at 210,000. So it seems like some of that was unspent from what was already approved, but it seems like there's an increase overall.
No, I mean, so we had approved in the current budget, we had, hold on, I gotta look at my numbers.
Yep.
So in the current budget, we had like 261,000 approved for the pilot testing. And so I'm just carrying 210, I'm carrying forwards. We might actually be spending less than that. It just depends on how much they spend in this month. So, but either way, that was approved to come out of fund balance. So if we don't spend, goes into fund balance, I'm just taking out what we're going to spend. So they just haven't spent as much this current fiscal year as we were anticipating. So I have to carry that forwards to cover the contract.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
So Heather, am I to understand then that 200,000, 210,000 might not actually be a charge in this next fiscal year?
No, I mean, there will be a charge. It might not, it probably will be less than 210,000. Just because I don't know exactly how much they're going to spend in June through the end of this month. So, but 210 is what I was showing that they hadn't spent yet. So.
And I'll just say, I know we talked about how possible this is or not, but I'd say that to the extent possible, if we could keep track of what we're spending on emerging contaminants versus I'll call traditional water treatment, I think that'd be good to see what that's costing us in terms of obviously the pilot testing, but increased chemical cost, increased lab costs and stuff to the extent that we can break it out. I don't think we need to go to heroic measures there, but it'd be good to know what we're into.
Yeah, I'll meet with Adam and see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Heather, were you, did Mr. Morgan speak with you about the electric vehicle charging stations?
Yeah.
A little bit, we have talked about it.
Okay. And
Yeah.
anticipating additional fees there. And
we've contacted our contractor and he's made a proposal, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but that's something that we can bring back to the board.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
Again, unless another board member speaks up, I think it's fine for staff to make that decision. It's a fairly small amount of money. And I think that the electric vehicle charging community, the EV driving community is going to tolerate whatever decision we make, because I'm sure it's going to be a reasonable one. Again, and I defer to other board members. So, okay. A couple of things on the pay study and personnel policy change. I think I would strongly support Commissioner Shipp's point that not being able to measure it doesn't help us plan to actually adjust those salaries. And I'm going to hazard an analogy here. I think we heard from police chief and other department heads that we're behind other municipal peers in our pay scales. So we could say we have a fever, but we don't know how hot the fever is. We certainly have a problem. We need to measure it. And then we will be able to address the tonic or the cure. I'm also hopeful, I'm optimistic that this economy, I've been hearing suggestions that we're looking at a V-shaped recovery. I would prefer that we be conservative, but we're not talking about a huge expenditure with the pay study. We are talking about preparing for a future where revenues will return to normal, and we'll be able to address this problem so that we can really attract and retain good staff on a competitive basis. It's no slight to our current staff, but I'm sure that they would like to feel more appreciated. And I think that this pay study is really necessary to get us to that point. I'm also very much convinced that the current expenditures on paper and staff time would be reduced if we went for the electronic agenda management system. You know, tablets it'd be a change in the way we do our business. And I think that there may be some of us who, or maybe for just certain documents, we still would want to have paper copies. But I know that there's a lot of documents that I would prefer to have electronically, because I can actually read faster on a screen than I can shuffling through reams of paper. That said on that, yeah, I think I'll just yield my time. Thank you for hearing me.
Well, let me jump in and weigh in. I support wholeheartedly the implementation of an electronic agenda package system. I think we can do a lot better from a labor perspective and a cost perspective and a paper perspective. And I like Kyle's idea of increasing the fees associated with applications, because it's a net deduct, I think, in cost to the applicant. So I do support that wholeheartedly. I like the pay study. I would not want to be somebody who ignores the data because I'm afraid it might tell me something I don't want to know. I think we need to deal with the best information we have available in order to provide the best service and look out for the citizens of Pittsboro. So, yeah, I think I would like for us to move forward with that as well. And I will try to, again, defend Main Street Pittsboro. You've got a tremendous group of volunteers who are working on a daily basis, round the clock almost, looking after this one area of town, which is, I would say, in competition with the development we have going on in the perimeter of our town. And I think the development activity that's on the perimeter is going strong, is going to continue to go strong. And that if we don't continue to look after downtown, I'm afraid that it will suffer. I think it can be a gem that the folks who are moving into Pittsboro would love to frequent and welcome and spend their time and money downtown, and not only in the new development that's ongoing. So I urge everybody to support Main Street Pittsboro. You've got a ton of people who are dedicating a lot of their time and energy into trying to keep the historic portion of Pittsboro vibrant. And we've taken on a big obligation with the Welcome Center. So that is something that's new to this year's budget. And let me lead then into the idea of revenue. Heather has, decreased her conservatism, and we've, increased our revenue projections. And with the ABC board, we've done a bunch of research, and the estimates are that there will be $70,000 in distributions this year. And then there's another category called excess working capital. Estimates are that the excess working capital is $220,000. Will be followed, I think, this item with the chairman of the ABC board requesting a split of that excess working capital to what we've done in the past, where the town keeps 40% of it and the ABC board socks away 60% of it for future growth of the ABC system. We've got one store, it's very successful, it's doing very well, but as we grow, we will probably need another location. And whether that's a new building or a lease arrangement, that's what this excess working capital is going towards. And so when I look at those numbers, the 220,000, and I look at our fund balance transfer, if we invert the equation from the town keeping 40 and the town and the ABC keeping 60, we invert that to the town keeping 60, that will eliminate, that's $44,000. That will eliminate our fund balance transfer. Kyle had mentioned affordable housing not having anything in the budget. If we were to increase the amount that the town retained of the excess working capital to 70%, that would be an additional $22,000 that we could conceivably hire a consultant to write the affordable housing ordinance that we are very eager to have in place. We've got a policy, we've got a task force group recommendations, and we were looking to see if staff had the bandwidth and time, and I don't think that they do, honestly, with the volume of work they've got on their plate. So I think if we were to go to the ABC and retain 70% of the excess working capital, we could eliminate our fund balance transfer and I think hire a consultant to get a affordable housing ordinance written. And if we went to 90%, we could do those things and I believe have enough money to pave the Robeson Creek Trail. I can tell you that I spend a fair amount of time, because it's so proximate to my bookstore, on the Bowling Creek Trail, and it is asphalt and it is concrete, and it is adjacent to a stream in the floodplain where the manholes are 8 and 10 feet tall because the water can get up that high. And when that floods in that area, the path is inundated, the waters recede, and the path is still there. We don't have that condition in our trail along Robeson Creek, and it's a really wonderful amenity. And if we could pave it, I think it would do wonders for the durability of that facility and for its use, because gravel, as I mentioned, is not the most accessible surface. And so we could do a lot of good with that. And I bring that up just because I think we've got an opportunity where we've got a unique position where we really have to be watching what our budget is doing. And I think that this year, with the pandemic and the uncertainty of certain revenue streams, that it makes sense for the town to, this 1 year, request an additional portion or a greater proportion of the working capital from ABC.
Okay. Well, I just chime in on a couple of things. One, I fully concur with Commissioner Fiocco on the this coming year, ABC revenues. Having been chair of that organization for several years, I feel quite comfortable that we would not hurt their operations in any way, shape, or form for this coming year. And we could certainly use that revenue given the COVID-19 experience. I guess secondly, I would be very careful about not expending money to support our downtown. I have lived in places where rapid development occurred that was brand new and shiny, and saw those towns that were close by, some about the size of Pittsburgh, some are slightly larger, decay very rapidly because nobody went there anymore. And if we're not careful, I think we could easily end up in that situation. And I, for one, thought that the position of this board had always been to preserve and protect the old Pittsburgh and our downtown to the maximum extent possible, to see it actually prosper and grow as a part of this overall development. And I would just caution, based upon my experience, about that. And it just seems to me that perhaps a lesser item, but I think it's absolutely a great thing if we go to a paperless agenda management system. It just is, in this day and age, kind of ridiculous to be producing all this paper every 2 weeks. And we I think, could do so much better. And as Commissioner Shipp pointed out, I think we could net out revenues and this end up not costing hardly anything at all. So it's just my take on those important items.
Just say a response to that. I do understand about Main Street. I've already supported Main Street, but what I'm saying is I'm not in favor of that increase this year. I never said I didn't support Main Street. I've always supported Main Street.
Understand.
And also in reference to the pay study, I already know everybody in Pittsburgh don't make what, including police officers. Everyone should know that the salaries in the town of Pittsburgh are all lower. I'm not saying that I don't support a pay study. What I'm saying is if we're gonna do a pay study, we should be prepared to go in and increase those salaries accordingly. So it's no way, because we have the town of Pittsburgh rather, have great employees, and
Yes,
they
we do.
definitely deserve the increases to be competitive with Chapel Hill, with Cary, with Apex, with all of those places. So I just wanted to reiterate what I was indicating. Thank you.
Well, it would seem to me that given that we need to pass a budget at this meeting before the beginning of the fiscal year, that perhaps the items, as I understand them, would be that we need perhaps to have individual votes on, would be the Main Street increase, the pay study, the agenda management system. And was there another one that I missed?
Mr. Mayor, I would, maybe Heather could give me on the water rates, could you give me what, you said 2%, what it was last year and what the 2% will be this year?
So we're increasing it 2.5%. It increases, so if somebody had a bill of, their average bill is $60, their bill is going to go up by $1.50 a month.
Is that in-town rate?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going up 2.5% across the board. So even if they were out of town and their average was $60, I mean, it's going to go up to $61.50.
Okay.
So we just increased all of the rates 2.5%.
And how much money is that from last year to this year? I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Do you have a 2.5% from last year to this year?
So I don't, so our revenues for the current fiscal year are actually going to be a little bit less than anticipated for water and sewer rates. So, because I was anticipating a little bit more growth along with the rate increase for the current fiscal year. So it's not, when you look at the budget in terms of revenues, it's not actually, I'm not projecting an increase in revenues from the current fiscal year.
Who's going to answer those phone calls when it hits the paper? Water rates go up.
That's probably going to be me.
And me.
Heather, one question as well on the recreation position, is that, or the salary for recreation, is that what was Paul Horn's position?
Yes, and so it looks lower in the current budget because I'm not projecting that it's filled for the whole 12 months of the year.
Okay, that's what I thought, but
yeah.
hired with the new
Yeah,
manager.
we're projecting that we hire it in like September, October. So it's the whole salary is not budgeted for the year or for a whole year.
Thank you. I was curious about that as well. And a question actually for Mayor Noss. You'd itemized 3 things that you thought we might need to divide and put to vote. The agenda management system, the pay study, Main Street overall.
Main Street, and I guess the water rate as well.
Okay, and then I might also suggest elevating Commissioner Fioco's suggestion regarding the ABC arrangements. And without, oh, Mr. Harrington is here. So we might, if the board is interested, might ask him to speak to that. But I think that we might itemize that one as a separate vote as well, because that would address a number of concerns, as Mr. Fioco pointed out.
Mr. Harrington is on the agenda a little bit later.
Oh, good. Okay.
However, you know, if we want to if we want to vote on what this split ought to be this coming year because of its impact on this budget and how we might vote on these other items, perhaps it would be in order to entertain a motion to ask Mr. Harrington to give his thoughts and et cetera before we do that. If we, I gather what Mr. Harrington is asking is that we give him some advice as to what that split is going to look like before they go into the audit period. Prior to this, and I think his change is a great idea, prior to this, we waited for the audit and then came to the board for approval of renewal of the 60-40 split. And by giving Mr. Harrington as chair a heads up as to what our position is going to be concerning the split means that that can be built into the audit. And if we were to do it the way we had done it in the past, and this board decided to do something other than 60-40, it would require some redo of the audit itself. And so I think that's a great idea. So I guess if we want to, I mean, I wouldn't object and would certainly entertain a motion to ask Mr. Harrington to give his thoughts that he was going to do here in a first item of new business and instead talk to us about it now.
So Mayor, I'll make that motion in a second here. I did have one more question about Main Street budget.
Sure.
Probably for Commissioner Fiocco. What did the county end up doing in their budget to support what we're now saying is the Chatham County Welcome Center?
They budgeted in their last fiscal year $16,000, and they have funded that. And this year they are waiting till later in the year to decide if they're going to fund it any further. So right now they're not putting any money into Main Street. So that is frustrating, to say the least.
And
Yeah, that's
Michael,
agreed.
is it gonna be named Chatham County Welcome Center?
Pittsboro, Chatham County. Yep. And one of the reasons we've done that is when we originally started down the path, we wanted to include more of the county. Siler City, their business association, has been providing input. The Chamber of Commerce, we hope to have in the building with us, sharing space, and hopefully we'll know that in the next several months. And we'd like to think that the Tourism Board would have a presence. We think Main Street, Pittsboro, the Chamber, Chatham Chamber, and Chatham Tourism would be a great place to house all three, with a lot of synergy in economic development and promotion of the county and the town.
Do those other groups have budget for office location or what?
They do. The Chamber has an office in Siler City. And I think, you know, the attraction to have another office in Pittsboro is obviously the growth that's promised, that's coming. So if you wanted to be in a hotbed of growth for the Chamber, I think Pittsboro is the place to be. And tourism is in a county-owned building right now, or yes, county-owned building right now. So we're looking for them to have a satellite presence, if you will, in right downtown. And one of the attractive things about the location is there's 16,000 cars a day going by that. So there's a lot of exposure to folks who might want to visit and see what's going on in Pittsboro and Chatham County.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's great to have all those co-located there. It just doesn't seem fair that Pittsboro would fund over half of the budget for the four groups that would potentially be co-located there.
I don't think we would be doing that. We'd be splitting down three ways the rent and all the expenditures of the facility. And until we get them in there, yeah, we're carrying the load. And again, don't forget, we've generated a fair amount of private funding, and we are continuing to get commitments. And unfortunately, our fundraising efforts will be probably diminished this year, given the COVID. But we put on some pretty fantastic events in downtown, and they've done fairly well, generating some revenue for the agency to continue to do these things.
Yeah, understood.
Michael, I know as a business owner downtown, you know, I support Main Street. I'm not a member because my hands are full right now between all these other obligations I'm in. But it seems like every year since we started this budget with the line items, every year it's gone up several $1,000s. I think it started at 60, if I'm not mistaken. And it's every year it's gone up. I know we're in a new building. One thing I'd like to ask is, what's the lease? How long a lease is it on that building?
It's a 5-year lease with 2 5-year renewal options.
And rent, what is rent increase every 5 or 2?
Every year it increases.
Mm.
It's at a pretty reasonable rate to start.
So what's the pleasure of the board in terms of hearing from Mr. Harrington before we vote on some of these items in the budget?
So I would make a motion to get the update on ABC from Mr. Harrington and the update on affordable housing from Jeff Jones before we vote on the budget.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous? So, let's see, is Mr. Harrington on?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go.
Okay,
Welcome.
good. Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Nass and Board of Commissioners. I think a lot you all already mentioned several of the key points that I was going to point out. Yes, there's a advantage of getting an approval now of how our excess working capital will be distributed. It's great to go into the audit, giving the auditor that direction. That way, when the audit's complete, we're essentially done. We don't come to you for approval after the fact, in which case, as Mayor Nass said, it could get very, complicated where you have to redo some stuff. One of the things that, and just as a reminder, I had given some estimated numbers of about estimating that we're going to have in the neighborhood of maybe $220,000 of excess working capital that will be distributed based on our final audit results from fiscal year 19 to 20 this year. And again, those are estimates, no guarantees, but certainly we're doing well this year. Last year, the total excess working capital distributed between the town and retained by the ABC board was at about 205. So certainly, some very surprising things come out of the audit. We certainly should be well in excess of that. So those are the numbers we're talking about this year. Now, the board authorized me and directed me to come to you to request the continuation of the 60-40 split, which whereby the ABC board again retains 60% for the purposes of a future store, and we distribute 40% to you all. So with that, I have requested it. And if you decide to do something different, then I would welcome knowing that today, or certainly as soon as possible, so we can give that direction to the auditor. And after your discussion, I'm listening to you all talk. If you decide to do something different, if you decide to do something different, I might have a suggestion. So is there any questions for me right now?
Hugh, sorry, can I just do a
Yes.
clarifying question?
Yes.
So you are talking about the distribution for fiscal year 1920, our current fiscal year. So this is money that will go into the 1920 fiscal year, correct?
It will be in hours, and that's what I assume, that you all count it toward the past fiscal year. I'm going to admit that I'm not sure how you all count it, but of course you will receive the check about September, I suppose.
Okay. Yes, I just want to clarify for the board that the funds that we receive in the end of September or end of August, beginning of September from the 1920 fiscal year, we record those in the 1920 fiscal year. So whatever split you approve for that distribution, that goes into the 1920 fiscal year. That does not affect the budget that we are talking about. That will be the distribution for the next fiscal year. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So in other words, one way to see that money as revenue to be used this coming fiscal year is that it would be the equivalent of a fund balance transfer.
Right, but I am also assuming that the board could make a decision on the split for the 1920 fiscal year and the 2021 fiscal year. So
Right.
I'm sure you could make both of those decisions tonight.
But if we make a decision on the split for 2020 tonight, then And those revenues are counted by the town as 2020 revenues, even though they don't receive the money until next fiscal year, then that would simply impact the fund balance transfer into 2021.
Right, you wouldn't actually see it, like, so if you're talking about doing the distribution out of the 1920 funds, if you're talking about changing that to the 1090 split, those funds will be recorded in 1920 fiscal year. And they would essentially, any funds would go into fund balance. And so you still, in the budget for the 2021 fiscal year, we would still be showing that draw from fund balance. You would just know that we've put this money into fund balance.
Yes, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that perfectly makes it. Hugh, if I could ask you one other question, are there any significant capital improvements that are being planned for the ABC board in the coming fiscal year?
You know, not that we've, no big ones. You know, again, this would be money that we couldn't really use for that. This is money that we would be earmarked for a future store. Right. So even if there were, you know, this isn't money we can spend on that.
Yeah, gotcha.
Unless you were to direct us otherwise.
Understand. Thank you.
So, Hugh, I appreciate you answering my questions earlier today. And I understand you may not be able to plan this exactly, but what I think would be helpful in the future is to know, you know, what the plans are or the timeline for expansion to another store that these funds would be for, and then you know, potentially an estimate for that as well, so we can make sure that we're tracking towards that goal as we make these decisions about the fund balance there. And I think in addition, if there is improvements to be made at the existing store that would require our permission, or, you know, how that funding might work as well. Certainly want to support the ABC other than just buying things from there, and you know, appreciate the funds that are provided, but, you know, want to have, you know, a plan of how that we can best do that and make sure that we're not impacting those plans with our decisions about the split here.
Sure.
Okay.
And then I guess Heather, question as well. What do we have planned currently in that? What portion of this would go into the fund balance, or what amount would go into the fund balance versus what we have currently planned for 1920?
Well, I mean, it just, if our revenues increase in general, so just, I mean, so the ABC revenues go into the general fund revenues. So if our general fund revenues exceed our expenses, then that difference goes into fund balance. It's not necessarily like, we don't have the ABC revenues exactly earmarked for certain projects or anything. So I can't tell you, you know, how much of that is ABC revenue. But if our general fund revenues exceed our expenses, then that is going to go into fund balance. And this would, right now we are on track to, for our revenues to exceed our expenses for the current fiscal year. And so if we increased our ABC revenues significantly, that's going to also go into fund balance.
Okay, I guess that was more my question. We're already on track for revenues to exceed expenses.
Yes, for the current fiscal year, yes.
Okay.
So not to put too fine of a point on it or dwell too much in the minutia, but if to elaborate on Commissioner Fioco's idea of, say, a 90-10 split, if instead we looked at a similar amount of funds from being contributed from ABC to various items that Commissioner Fioco mentioned. Part of that, let's say half of that, could come from the 1920 fiscal year, and then the other half coming from the 2021 fiscal year. And then what would we be looking at? Closer to the 70-30 split?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so if you wanted to do that and you still wanted to do all the items that Commissioner Fiocco said, and you did a 30-70 or a 70-30 split for the both years. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I mean, so essentially we would, in the 2021 budget, you would still see a certain amount of revenue coming from fund balance, but with the idea that fund balance money is essentially the ABC revenue from the 1920 fiscal year. So yes, that's an option. I can't give you an exact amount because I mean,
Sure.
That would take some calculations.
On the
Yeah.
fly, no.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay.
And I think one way to think about ABC is, it's a public entity whose purpose is to generate funds for the municipality or the county of its jurisdiction. And it makes good business sense to continue to make investments in that operation insofar as it can grow and continue to provide revenue to its municipality or county. And so I think it makes a lot of sense what we're doing by setting some funds aside when we've got this imminent growth and to capitalize on that for the benefit of the town. Right now, I think we could use some of that benefit in a short-term way. And so, yeah, I'd like to modify our split. And honestly, I do think we've got a balanced budget right now. What we would bring in with this additional ABC revenue that we would then tap via a fund balance transfer. I'd like to see if we can get that, we can get affordable housing ordinance written, reduce our amount of fund balance transfer, and see if we can't stretch and get that the trail in a more permanent surface, whether it be asphalt or concrete. I think we're within striking distance if we do the 10-90 split. And continue to
agree.
do all of the other items that we've talked about with probably money to spare if we think, we're being conservative enough. And I think Heather's really very talented at, again, finding ourselves at the end of the year that revenue is exceeding expenditures. So it's always where you want to be with your budget.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Commissioner Fiocco. A couple of things just kind of philosophically as I think about budgets and I think about public enterprises. As Commissioner Fiocco rightly points out, the ABC is a public enterprise and it does exist for the public benefit. And insofar as fund reserves are also required by law for rainy days or catastrophes or sudden loss of tax revenues, that's where we're at. This is a pandemic recession, and that calls for extraordinary measures. And I think we're really privileged and blessed and lucky that we have the ABC and we also have a very strong fund balance. I confess, Commissioner Baldwin and Commissioner Farrell, at first blush, I was really concerned about the appearance of increasing the Main Street program's budget in a pandemic recession. I think that Commissioner Fiocco has sketched out for us a pathway where we don't have to face those kinds of withering questions from constituents because we have done such a very good job in the past of minding our budget, and because we're so fortunate to have such a very well-run ABC enterprise in our town. So rather than ask, where would we place the budget of Main Street program? I think we should really focus on this question of the ABC program and whether or not this board can support asking the ABC board to give a 70-40 split for this fiscal year and next fiscal year, with those funds supporting important town programs during a pandemic recession, so that we don't have to tap into the reserves or so deeply into the reserves.
I really think we're in a good position this year, and I confess I didn't fully realize that this was for 1920, even though it clearly says it here on our memo, Heather. So, but I think we're in a really good position in that we know we have a really good projection of what the revenue is for this year, and we can make a decision based on where we're at in the budget at the end of the year and based on what the revenue is. So I'd really hesitate to make that allocation at this time for the next fiscal year, which would not leave us in the same position at that time. And make the decision based on the I guess revenue we have almost in hand at this point, and how it would apply and how we use that fund balance, and then be able to have the opportunity to make that same decision again next year at this time.
Fair enough.
I think that's right. I think if we, right now, we have a pretty darn good idea of what this pandemic has done to our revenue stream. And I think Heather's done a really good job of being conservative, but at the same time, not overdoing it in projecting what we're looking like. And I think for this year, we most certainly could do a change in split. I personally think it should be 1090, and then revisit this again as we see. If some people are right that we look at this as Commissioner Bonnet said, as a rapid recovery based on pent-up demand, then we might be in a little bit different position. And next year we might say, well, gee, we can go back to the 60-40, or maybe we make it 50-50, or whatever the economics of the thing decide. So I would suggest that we make a decision on the ABC board split for this year, for this right now. And then after we know how that vote goes, go down the line for the Main Street increase, the pay study, the agenda management system, and the 2.5% water increase. It seems that those are the items that that we need decisions on in order to come to an agreement on the budget for next year.
And Mr. Harrington, you said that if we wanted to change from the original proposal, you might have some thoughts. Do you have those thoughts?
Well, yeah, we keep talking about a split, and I don't think that the proportions are necessarily a way to do it. It could be, and I would hate to say, find out later there's a reason that we have to do it in a proportion. But it could be that, you would say if there's a dollar amount you all have in mind based on your budget, it seems like you could almost say, we want all excess working capital up to X dollars, and anything over and above that can be retained by the ABC board instead of a split. And, of course, if we came under, we wouldn't hit the number. And if we came over, and if we end up doing much better than we expect, and then, we end up a little better and you still get what you wanted. So again, there's nothing wrong with the 1090, but that's an alternate way that I think could probably get to the same point.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Does anybody know if there's any reason? Does it have to be a ratio, or can it be an amount?
No, it certainly could be an amount if we have a good estimate of what that amount is going to be, and we could say that we want that dollar amount.
I think we're lacking a figure on paving the greenway.
I think there was a number in the 40,000 range. Jeff, is that correct?
Yeah, Commissioner Fiocco, I think it was 38,000 and some change. That was an estimate that John Petit had secured earlier in the year for the paving. But I do think there would be some additional monies that would have to go to grading.
Right.
John Petit, Public Utilities Director, is looking towards the 60 to 70,000 range for that project.
And that was kind of the ballpark I was working with, if in fact we consider the FEMA money going towards that effort as well. And we did the 1090 split, then that would take another 44,000, make it available. So that would be 70,000. So that I was in that ballpark thinking. So that would have been a 1090 split. If we went with an actual number, the number would be 198,000. Which would be the town's portion of the excess working capital that is estimated to be at $220,000.
Right. So my suggestion would be that we take action on the ABC money, and then once that is decided, that then we then could take votes on the items that are in contention, which I have as Main Street pay study, agenda management, and water increase. Does that, is the board feel comfortable with going that way?
That would cover what?
What I said was that I thought that procedurally, after this discussion, seems to me what we ought to do is first make a decision as a board on the ABC money. And then once we know what that is, we could take votes on the Main Street increase, the pay study, the agenda management system, and the 2.5% water increase.
I would move to do a 1090 split on the ABC excess working capital for the fiscal year 1920.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh,
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Unanimous. All right. Now, so we now know that we have that money coming into the general fund, and then that would be available for fund balance transfer, if I understand what we talked about earlier. So the first item then that is a matter of contention is the main, yes.
The motion was to get the update from Jeff on affordable housing as well.
Oh, okay. Well, before we do that, because he's on the agenda for later, and I just want to make the point that this board approved the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Task Force, and at the last board meeting where we discussed this, the board gave direction to the town manager to determine whether or not they had the capabilities in-house to create an ordinance out of the recommendations that were approved by the board, or whether we needed to go outside in order to have that happen. And in the reply that we got, that question wasn't answered. A different question was answered and that we didn't ask. And so I'm sort of at a loss at what directive the town manager and staff thought they were answering.
Okay, I will chime in as best as I can. I'm not sure what the board's approved, to be quite honest with you. And
it's in the minutes of the meetings. You can go back in the minutes of the meeting and see exactly what they approved.
So staff is not aware of what has been approved. And so we have tried to figure out what's the best direction for affordable housing. And it seemed to me that the committee had not gotten together in a long time, since the fall of 2019, and that it would be appropriate to have a committee meeting because I think there was some committee members who were unsure of the latest draft that was presented to the board in May.
By the way, that was an attempt at an ordinance that was a failure.
Yeah, and to be quite honest with the entire board, staff has not been involved. Legal staff with the town has not been involved in this effort. And I think that was
every single meeting.
What's that, Mr. Mayor?
As chairman of the Affordable Housing Task Force, I can tell you that town staff was invited to every single meeting of the Affordable Housing Task Force.
Correct, but we were not available to come, and we were not consulted on drafts. And when we we were consulted, I'm not sure our comments were addressed. So the board is free to do what they would like with this issue. Staff was trying to make sure that everybody was on the same playing field, that we all understood what was what had been approved, obviously, and then where we needed to go from there. Staff reached out to the county, Stephanie Watkins Cruz and Erica Brown, during this time to figure out who they would suggest from a consulting firm for the town to go out and hire. Because I think staff's been fairly, well, initially staff was asked if we could take on this initiative and take care of this project. Staff initially thought, no, this is something that needs to be outsourced. We went to the folks that could help us figure out who could in the world help us write an affordable housing ordinance. And they, Stephanie and Erica, they were stumped as well as to who they would turn to write an affordable housing ordinance. During the discussion with Stephanie and Erica, it was acknowledged that there was a lot of work that had already been accomplished by the committee, and that we probably just needed to get the committee back together to figure out where we left off. And if the committee says this is exactly what we want to put forth to the board, then it's one meeting and we're over. But I've heard that there wasn't consensus amongst all the committee members on the draft and the proposed language. And not necessarily that you're going to get that, but that's where I took it from not being a part of the committee.
Okay. Well, just so everybody's completely aware, the Affordable Housing Task Force produced a series of recommendations and brought those recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners approved all of the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Task Force with the proviso that they would have a final say when an ordinance was brought back before them to either approve or modify or disapprove. The Affordable Housing Task Force then began the process of trying to write ordinance and found that somebody that we hired was unable to do it. So we got rid of them and we tried to do it ourselves and were unable to accomplish that. That's why at the most recent time that we came to this board again to discuss affordable housing, the question again was, do we have the resources in-house to actually take what's been approved by the Board of Commissioners and turn it into ordinance, or do we have to hire someone else? And that was the question that we asked to be answered.
And Mayor, I think the answer is at this time, we feel that we can do it in-house, but once we look at it and get a more thorough look after talking with the committee, we may need some assistance, but right now the plan is to do it in-house with the assistance of the town attorney.
The plan is to take the recommendations that were approved by the Board of Commissioners and turn it into ordinance? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we may recommend some, modifications to that as we begin working on them.
Okay.
But we would start with what the committee reported to the board.
Well, more importantly, what the board approved is the
Okay.
key. I just feel that there's some misunderstanding. This board specifically approved a whole series of recommendations. And the task then was to turn that into enabling ordinance. And that's what has to be done. And one attempt with a consultant person failed. And then the board itself tried to prepare ordinance and produced a document that wasn't ordinance or, quite frankly, anything else. And so that's where that is at. But if what you're saying is, if I understand correctly, is that you're saying that the town staff believes that they can take the recommendations that were approved by the Board of Commissioners and turn that into ordinance themselves.
Staff and the town attorney, yes.
Okay.
And I think honestly, there's to be expected to be further dialogue and communication between the authors of the ordinance and those who produce the recommendations.
Sure.
And I want to remind everybody that the mantra that this task force had was, let's find a way to do it. Let's not find a way to say we can't do it. So I think as long as we've all got that hat on, I know there are challenges. I know there are impediments to the goals, but let's find a way to work around those or through those or over those to get this to happen. And one of the biggest bits of feedback that I've heard from the development community is, let me go faster through the process, and greater density is a big bonus.
Yeah. And certainly there can be modifications to what was previously approved by the board. For example, I question now whether or not we would, for example, need an affordable housing board. I would think planning staff could fulfill that function without that step in there. On the other hand, 501c3 is probably essential if we're going to raise private funds, which was the intention of doing so. So as a mayor and chair of that task force, we will call a task force meeting and see if we can't sit down with staff and hopefully the town manager and iron out what steps we need to take to get the ordinance written then. And so there may, in fact, but what I'm hearing from you is that you don't think that we need to put aside money in this budget going forward to hire someone to prepare this ordinance.
At this time frame, yes. We may come back to you later and ask for some funds out of the fund balance, but we'd like to look at it, study it closely, and then at this time we think we can handle it in-house.
So as if we went forward, then I assume that should it occur that we do need some funds, that we could do a budget amendment at that time, Heather?
Yes. Yep. We can always do future budget amendments for the fiscal year 2021. So we don't have to decide affordable housing tonight, because that can always, once we have done more research and once we know more, that can be brought to the board for an allocation later. The only thing we cannot adjust about the budget after it is approved is the property tax rate.
Yeah, and thank you, because a part of that might indeed require a budget amendment is that, as this board will remember, the items that were approved by the board coming from that Affordable Housing Task Force included a whole set of incentives, and some of those incentives are going to cost the town money in the short term. And so that might also require some additions to the budget. So I think we have a plan, Jeff, where we, and Bob, where we could get everybody back together, and I'll work on getting a time together where we can all get back together and move this forward so that we can go to the next step.
Okay, thank you.
But I think to get to your point on the money issue, I think my personal recommendation would be that we handle that through a budget amendment.
Okay. Just a couple of points of clarification. Those recommendations are the ones that were approved in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm a little concerned, I guess, that the initial consultant wasn't able to, and the task force wasn't able to, but also that we don't have any consultants in mind, to back up staff necessarily if we need to. So I agree with the approach as it is today, but I would like to put maybe a deadline of 3 months on it where we revisit this again, get another firm update from staff on how they feel about it after that additional meeting with the task force, to make sure we don't go down the road another year or two and then reevaluate.
I would think we ought to have staff come back to the board in not our next meeting, but what amounts to 4 weeks from now with a status.
Well, can we hold that until that agenda item? I think a little bit later in the meeting we're addressing affordable housing specifically, and it sounds like we're not needing to address affordable housing in terms of the budget at this moment.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Very good. Very productive conversation.
Thank you.
So would it be in order for us to return to the motion regarding the ABC?
Yes. Well, my idea was it's been a while now. So was the ABC make a decision on our ABC split? And I think that motion was for a 1090 split. And I believe we had a second, did we not?
Yes.
Yes, and a vote.
All right.
I thought it was approved unanimously.
It was,
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
and it was approved unanimously, correct?
Yes.
Very good. Yeah.
Maybe I missed something.
Yeah. Forgive me.
Zoom.
So given that, then I would entertain a motion on the question of the increase for Main Street.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second in order to start discussion.
Okay. We have is there discussion?
Yes. Commissioner Fiocco, is there, so the current amount in the budget right now is 105,000, which I'll say as well was, I thought when you're talking about additional revenue from ABC that it was going to be essentially where it came from, not an adder even to the 100,000 we saw before. But what are some of the options we might have to reduce it? And that I know, the county voted to make a decision later on funding, similar to how we're delaying hiring of some positions for the town. Is it Main Street needs 105,000 or they can't operate, or are there some options for lower amounts?
15 of that is for facade grants. So 90 is the working budget for other activities such as business development, downtown improvements, whether they be, recycling containers, benches, kiosks, handrails, physical improvements, business marketing, business promotion. So, and one of the big additions this year is the Welcome Center. So public art is got a budget figure. You know, I think it's all very important. I think we're competing with, I think as you mentioned, the big shiny objects. Or I guess Jim did. So yeah, I think it's worth it. I think in the past several years, when the board has done a retreat, it has returned time and again to say that downtown preservation and revitalization is one of the top 3 priorities. 105,000 out of 8 million is, you know, I don't know if that truly represents your top 3 priorities. So I think there's a very strong argument that you've got a great group of people who have been at this for years. They've dedicated tons and tons of time for years. We're getting better at it. We've got momentum. And I'd say that take a look downtown. We're making changes that are visible. We're making improvements that are visible. And we're promoting Pittsboro throughout the region. And I think we're being noticed. And certainly folks that I know that don't live in the town but travel through remind me on a regular basis that Pittsboro is looking good and they see good changes. You know, and we're at the forefront of promoting the changes in the circle and making physical improvements to the county property that we've negotiated with the DOT and that we've been able to keep on the front burner as I mentioned, when many of the other projects in the DOT are going by the wayside. So we have managed to get ourselves in that position and promote Pittsboro. So that's what we're doing. And we're doing a good job at it. And you've got very dedicated people doing it. So I think it's a noticeable difference, the performance that we're seeing in Main Street Pittsboro since it became a 501c3 and is no longer headed by town staff, because it used to be headed by town staff. And I think we're being far more productive because we have the ability to dedicate our time to it, whereas staff, there wasn't somebody hired exclusively for Main Street. It was among one of the many things that staff person had to tend to. And it's a lot of work.
I understand, and I agree with all those points you made. But I guess I'm curious, Pamela and Jay, if there's a amount that you feel is more appropriate or supportable, or how we could move forward with some more consensus.
Michael, that was a great speech, man. I believe I've heard it numerous times. And as I've said before, I support Main Street. But here we are struggling to cut monies from other organizations and or just cutting rates. In every department is cutting, and then you guys are wanting what, a 17% increase. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with it, really am. I have a business downtown. I appreciate everything you guys do, but I have to look at the taxpayers. And I feel like we can, I just feel like that's asking too much right now. And I can't support the water rate either.
That'll come in a bit.
Well, I think we've been able to stretch, and specifically with the ABC modified split, we've been able to do a lot of the things that we didn't think we could do when we first had this budget. And we've expressed the importance of making sure staff is taken care of, and I think we've done that. And I think we've got a balanced budget right now, and in fact, one would argue a surplus with the ABC split. So I don't think that we're asking other folks to sacrifice in order for Main Street to continue its work. And I think it's not unrealistic to think that it gets a little bit more expensive every year. I think we experience that in just about every endeavor. And so, yeah, I'm a big proponent of Main Street, always have been. Helped us get into the organization in 2011 and have been working on it since. So I think it's one of the most important things in Pittsburgh to be doing, because we need to make the historic district that cherished place that I know it can be and will be if we continue to pay attention to it and invest in it.
Well, in reference to the Main Street, I can actually go along where it says ABC allocation of 5,000. That's about all that I would be willing to do for that. In reference to the other things, I don't know whether I want to go over those or not right now, but I can wait or I can go forward, because now, since you all wanted this electronic agenda management, seemed like that I can go for that. And I can also go for the one with the pay study. Hopefully we will have some results and be able to increase the salaries of the employees. In reference to the 2.5 water rate, if we did that, which we did, we voted to do the ABC arrangements, 10% to 90%, would that alleviate the need to increase that water rate?
No, it would
Okay.
not, because the water rates are on the enterprise side. So it's two separate funds.
All right.
ABC revenues are reflected on the general fund side, and the water rates is the
On the
revenue for
enterprise.
the enterprise side.
Okay. All right.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the ABC revenue, we cannot change. It does not impact the enterprise side at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Baldwin, can you clarify what you were saying about the $5,000 funding for Main Street?
Okay. If you look on the initial sheet, it indicates that Main Street ABC allocation 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree to that, but that's all I can agree to for Main Street.
So you're saying 5,000 total in funding versus 105,000?
No, that I think there was an allocation that they were requesting, the 5,000, to go along with the. Right now it's 76. The 2019-2020 budget showed 76,990. So I can agree to have the allocation of $5,000 added to that to increase the budget for the 2020 and 21 line
So
item.
essentially 81,000, something
Right,
like
that's
that.
as far as I can, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I was actually going to suggest I know there's been a lot of work, I think 4 facade improvements done recently, and that funding is 15,000. And I think that's an important program, but I think that might be something that we could make a decision on later, depending on how revenue works out. Or I think potentially also, if we end up doing the pay study, I think it'd be good to see the results of that, and see what we need to do for the employees before we make additional funding, like for facade grants.
Okay, but it takes a lot of work and a lot of time to get the facade grants working. If you don't know you have it, people are not, they will not get in line and make investments in their property without knowing that they've got some backing. Trust me, it's been extremely difficult, and we were able to get 4 very good, 4 buildings, many different facades, because some buildings have 2 facades. And we have momentum, and I've got folks who are in line right now. They've called me, and I've got 3 that want to do facades this coming fiscal year.
I
And
guess-
again, I will have to say that this board has stated that it's one of the top 3 priorities. I find it hard to believe that we can't find a way to continue to make this investment.
I
If
think
it's
we've
one of
made
our
the
top 3.
investment. I actually think we've made the investment. You can't say that we have not. We have made the investment ongoing. But I think
Yeah,
to
but we're
go
not
to
done.
90, we have made the investment. But I'm not going to go as far as 90,000 as a budget item. I've
The
given
investment is
5,000.
on a, the investment needs to continue.
It will continue,
It,
but I'm not going to vote for it to continue this fiscal year as that. No.
And I guess I wouldn't be prescriptive about how that, about facade grant in specific. But I would be willing to meet the others in a lower amount. With a, you know, reconsideration later once we see how some other things come out, similar to the decision that the county made.
so let me get this straight so I can understand, and we'll take a vote on it. The 5,000 that Pamela said she could support would be on top of this year's 76,000. That would make 81. But then there's also a separate line item of the 15,000 for facade grants. So are we including 81 and 15?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a deduct of $9,000 from what the board, Main Street Board, is presently requesting.
I would support that.
So the motion would be then to,
Well, we've got a motion to support the full amount. So if we want to
right,
follow through and have that vote, we can take it from there.
yes. We have a motion to support the full amount. Is there a second?
I think it was seconded by.
It was.
Kyle. Yeah.
I did
So,
second.
so all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails. So do we have another motion on Main Street?
Motion to adopt a budget of 81,000 for Main Street and an additional 15,000 for Main Street's facade grant program.
Second.
Wait a minute. You said an additional, it's already got a 15,000 facade improvements for this year, for this 2021.
I'm
Yes,
asking just for
included
those to
in
be
the-
approved.
It's not an additional.
Okay. I rephrase then my intent was for 81 and 15. So if 15's already there, 81.
Yeah.
And that's seconded? So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? You said, all right, it's unanimous then. All right. The next item is pay study.
I'll make a motion to approve the pay study.
Second.
Is there discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Right, that's unanimous. The next one is the electronic agenda management system.
And Jim, can I ask one question? Sorry. This
Certainly.
is coming out of the ABC allocation, is that correct?
What is?
What we're discussing right here, this electronic agenda?
I don't know where it's coming from. It could
I mean,
come-
it's going to be coming from fund balance. You know,
Right.
we are going to be pulling a certain amount from fund balance And you can think of it in the sense that it potentially is coming from the ABC revenue that we are putting into fund balance this
Right.
fiscal year. Yes.
Okay, that's what I meant to say. Sorry.
No,
Gotcha.
that's
And I'll make a motion to approve the agenda management system with an increase in the review fees as staff sees fit.
Second?
Is there a discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All those opposed? All right, passes unanimously. So the last item that I have on my list, at least, is the 2.5% water increase. Is there a discussion on that item? Or a motion?
I'll make a motion to remove the 2.5% increase from the water rates.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second.
I think I dropped off for a minute. So the agenda management program, did that pass?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And the pay study passed. Water increase stays at 2.5%.
That means Commissioner Fiocco might not have heard Commissioner Farrell's motion.
I heard on the water and sewer rates, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Okay, so
I'd like to make a comment about the water rate increase. I'm
Yes.
actually not in favor of that, but I can certainly understand that, and hopefully we can revisit that before the end of the next fiscal year to see if we can decrease it depending on the amounts of money that we get in, that the town rather gets in through the year. Because I really do hate to increase water rates at this particular time, because there are a lot of people that still have certain serious type of financial concerns.
yes.
I know it's only $1.50 per bill, but you never know. $1.50 might mean a lot to a lot of people. So I just hate to do that, but I do understand.
I agree as well. And I just wanted to comment that we are taking, I believe this is correct, 240,000 and 200,000 out of the enterprise fund already for the water sewer side and capital. So it's a difficult position we're already in with that fund.
And I would be fully in favor and supportive of taking a look at this mid-year and see where we're at and whether we could do something with regard to this increase. Okay. All right. That takes us to new business, and we already had advanced.
Did you get a vote on that, Mayor?
So we still need to vote on the budget.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes, so I need a motion to approve the budget as amended with our earlier votes.
I
So
believe we
moved.
need to vote on that water rate, don't we?
Well, we did.
It lacked a second.
Oh, it did. It failed for lack of a second.
Okay.
Stays at
Okay.
2.5%.
I just want to make sure Casey knows that I didn't vote for it. Thank you, Casey.
Right. So what we need now is a motion to approve the budget as amended by votes of this board this evening.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous.
And so can I just ask a clarifying question? I want to make sure I get it right when I send out the final version for signature. Really, the only change in the monetary amount for a department is the Main Street line item, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will make those changes and have that ready.
All right. Okay, so it moves it on to new business. The first item was the ABC board with Hugh Harrington. We've already moved that up in order to have that discussion in regards to the budget. So the next item is the Chatham Park Vineyard Park.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. Tonight we have Site Plan 2019-09, Chatham Park Vineyard Park for review and decision. I'm gonna share my screen and bring up just a quick. Right now, there we go. Thank you, Cassie.
No.
There we go.
All right, everybody see what's on the screen? Oh, it says planning board.
Is everything all right?
Okay, so here is the property. It's along Vine Parkway in the new part of Chatham Park that's being built. Vine Parkway intersects with Thompson Street and Sixborough Fire Tower Road up here. This is the new section that's being built. Bailey's Academy will be in this area right here. Chatham Park is requesting to build a neighborhood park as per their master plan, the Chatham Park master plan that states 7 neighborhood parks will be built within the Chatham Park development. And this is the first of the neighborhood parks. And this is a 10-acre site that will have a variety of activities for the park: a dog park, an amphitheater, a multi-purpose field, a splash pad, play apparatuses, a walking trail. This site was brought to the board back in January of 19, and the board at that time approved the site. And generally this master plan was shared with the board at that time. But this is the opportunity for the town board to actually, for town staff and the town board to review and approve this park. Staff has reviewed the submittal along with outside consulting engineers, and we have found that it is meeting the town ordinances and elements. And I can answer any questions for you. So from on a technical side, the plan meets all of the town ordinances and Chatham Park elements and master plan. Staff, along with the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, put together some comments that Chatham Park responded to, and I included that in your packet. So there was a series of questions and answers from Chatham Park. And then in your packet, there was, in that same comment and response, there was an analysis that staff prepared for the board to consider as you move forward with neighborhood parks from Chatham Park. There are a number of issues that staff raised from a budgeting and timing side, and I think that's for the board to consider and discuss amongst yourself and with staff if need be. Chatham Park representatives are on the line here and can speak to their plan and to any questions as what may have arose from the comments from Parks and Rec Board and or staff. Let's see. The planning board did review this plan at their June 1st meeting with a unanimous vote to move forward. I will say that the planning board looked at the site plan from a technical standpoint of meeting all the ordinances and elements for the town and Chatham Park, and that's what they based their recommendation on. The public facilities element portion, the funding, the budgeting, the timing portion was not something that the planning board thought that was something that they should comment on. And that was more appropriate for the town board to consider when the plan came before them. Along with Chatham Park, there are representatives from the Parks and Rec Advisory Board online and could answer any questions that you all may have. The analysis, comment and analysis document that was prepared for the board, for you all to consider tonight, is encompassing of all the comments and received from PARB and staff. I didn't include the actual comments from PARB or staff in the packet for you all to consider, but the analysis document is fairly, it encompasses the thought process from that board and staff, and for you all to consider. With that, I'll turn it over to you all to ask any questions or to ask for the applicant to speak.
I'll start with some discussion, I guess. I think from a site plan perspective, looking at this, I guess from the same perspective that the planning board did, I have a couple questions, but obviously there's a lot of other factors that go into this, and that it's a site that will is designed to be turned over to the town as a park at one point. Some other things related to that, and then also obviously the timing of that turnover and maintenance agreement. So I understand that makes this packet pretty complex. I do think in the future we should have the comments from the Parks and Rec Board in the packet. But Jeff, I did review those from the Planning Board packet and do agree that the comments are well addressed in the comments that were provided. I guess a main question on the site plan itself is it shows a play lawn with a future spray ground to be installed when the town decides to install the spray ground. That wasn't my understanding from the other budget documents and discussion.
All right, so I think you're talking about this area right here.
Correct. It's shown as a play lawn future spray ground.
Yeah, that's definitely an applicant discussion that can speak to the timing. What staff is unsure of is the timing of all the activities within the park and when the things may come online. I don't think to date there's really been any documentation shared with staff of what's first and what's going to come later. We do know that there's currently clearing and grading occurring on the site now based off of approvals from the erosion control folks at Chatham County. But that's a great question for the applicant is timing of all these activities.
Okay, great. If we can have them talk to timeline then.
Yeah.
This is Chuck Smith. Do you want me to speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, we put the note on there that you're referring to because I think that we talked about this with a number of you, that the goal here is to construct and open the park in late September. That's the time of year, though, that you close down a splash pad and close down water features and winterize them. So we were not proposing to open the splash pad immediately while we are proposing to open everything else. Then come next Memorial Day, we would be proposing to open the splash pad.
Yeah, and I did understand that and I saw this note on the drawings after that discussion. It says that it will have artificial turf and then be converted by the town of Pittsboro to the spray apparatus when staffing and budgeting allow. So I guess two questions there. Is Chatham Park proposing to convert that to the spray ground in the spring? And then also with the normal winter condition of that, so would that sort of convert back to a AstroTurf play area for the winter, or would that be a temporary condition until it started up the first time?
Yeah, the play lawn was temporary until it started up the first time. And if I don't have some of those notes in front of me, but if it's a reference to the town completing the splash pad, that's not correct. We would be completing the splash pad.
Okay. And then I guess a similar question about public art, in that it says that the park would be dedicated, and then it seems to me that it says that it would be up to the town to, or it says the town to design, commission, and implement art. Is that meant to indicate that the town would finance the art as well?
Well, and really it's saying that it's your responsibility to determine if you want art there. We picked a location. We weren't going to get into what kind of art should go there. You can decide if you want art there at some point in the future. It could be next year, it could be 10 years from now, but that's going to be up to you. We weren't going to locate anything there. It's your facility.
Sure. And the proposed budget does not include an amount for public art. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Chuck, one question regarding the splash pad. You say if it would start, well, this go along with the maintenance agreement, with the cost on this, Chatham Park to take warranty or take cost of maintenance for 1 year. If the splash pad didn't come in until Memorial Day, would that give a year from the first time it came on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the day before it opens the next year.
I have a question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you show me where the splash pad is? I cannot find it on here.
Right here, Pam, where my
What?
hand is.
Where it says play lawn?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's going to be the splash pad.
Yeah, Ms. Baldwin, on the plan, it refers to it as a spray ground. I think if we're being completely technical here, the people who coined the phrase splash pad have the rights to use that. And if you don't use them for installation, then you're not supposed to use that term. So we've referred to it as a spray ground, although many people obviously call it a splash pad. But that is the location where it says play lawn and future spray ground. And then what would happen immediately is all the infrastructure that's going on underground, as well as inside a portion of the shelter where the equipment is stored. That would all have been provided. And then the future apparatus that goes on top of the ground would be what we would do the next spring.
And Chuck, is it the intent of Chatham Park to have everything else complete, or hopefully complete, by September of this year?
The only reason, well, our intent is to provide everything you see on that plan.
Okay.
And then back to your question, you referred to the master plan. There are a couple of items up in the top right corner of the drawing that are screened a little bit. There were a couple of items that Paul, and I don't know if it came from, yeah, right there. That's two items that were shown on the master plan, but not constructed this time. One's a basketball court and one's a pump track for bicyclists. And that would be something that the space was provided for, but that if the town desired to have that in the future, because Paul said he desired it, Paul's no longer here, so I don't know if that'll change, but I think it was in some of the master plan statements about different facilities that they wanted to see.
Chuck, on the multi-purpose play field, is that large enough for, I'm gonna use an example, a soccer field or two, preferably baseball field, but could you get 2 soccer fields there?
Yeah, what if you can see that shape in the top right, that would be right field of a baseball field. And I think we've sized it for a 300-foot length baseball field. So that gets
Okay.
a number of age groups if you decide to put up a fence and program baseball and softball activities off of it.
Okay.
Then if you look at it from a right to left standpoint, the length of it's about the length of a high school soccer field. So that's a pretty large field. If you're looking at youth programming, then you can chop that up into at least three fields or many more fields depending on the age groups. And then that's just a matter of lining the fields and putting up cones and different things like that to establish boundaries until you decide if you want to do something permanent. But that's why it's called multi-purpose, and that it can be adapted to many different age groups and sports depending on exactly what your goals are.
I have another question, please. Well, maybe it's considered a comment. Some of the responses from the Recreation Department, and it's concerning the cost, the construction cost. And according to this, it is almost, from what I'm looking at you all's budget, it is almost close to 2 million. And basically, looks like there's a cap of 3.5 million based on this based on the element. So of course, their concern, and mine too, is that leaves that this most money will be going to this particular part. Is that what? That's what it appears to be. So which means that the other parks, which you all are required to do, the 6 other park sites will not be close to the level of this one. That's what it appears to be. Because from what I'm looking at, parks are, of course, very expensive. So can you all respond to that concern?
Yes, ma'am. And I've had conversations with Mr. Jones about this. He probably brought it up before anybody else. We got into looking at the element, and I told him that our commitment and our promise, and I've talked about this with Mr. Fiocco since he was involved in the writing of the element as well, is that we committed to $500,000 minimum per those 7 parks. And so if we get to Park 7 and we've spent $10 million, we're going to spend a minimum of $500,000 on that 7th park. And he noted that we probably need to do some work on amending the language in the element just to make sure that's clear. And we told him we would do that in the next round of tweaking some issues we've seen come up in different elements. But be that as it may, I mean, we're on public record for saying that our commitment is that $500,000 per park, as I think the understanding is in the element. And Mr. Fiocco can speak to that if he would like.
Well, and I think one way to phrase it is $500,000 of the 2 million that will be spent here will be credited towards the park, and the 1.5 million will not be credited towards the park expenditure on Chatham Parks Park.
We'll figure out the wording when we get to the element revision, but the point is that we're committing the I think as Ms. Baldwin said, we're committing that minimum of 500,000 for each of those 7 parks. And that was the intent, and that's still the commitment.
And I think another way to phrase it is that we're not objecting to you spending more on this park.
Yeah, I didn't think you would.
Yeah. Well, I think we won't, as long as it doesn't accrue towards other park expenditures, I think is the point. And I think you're agreeing that no, this will be $500,000 expended on this park, and there will still be $3 million left to be spent on 6 other parks.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. Appreciate hearing those thoughts and appreciate those reassurances, and thank you, Commissioner Fiocco, for reiterating them. I would be comforted to see it in writing because there is a lack of clarity with regard to our current circumstances and the additional element. And I appreciate your pledge that, Chuck Smith, that you would like to see that edit made to the element in future when we do cleanup of other items. But let's put that in writing, please.
Yes, sir. I was looking to see. It's possible that I have done that in writing to Jeff, but that doesn't mean you've seen that. And I can't completely remember whether that was a verbal conversation with him or if it was in writing. So we can certainly understand the point.
Yeah.
And I'd say in regards to the element as well, I don't think this necessarily needs to result in edits to it, but I think we just do need to realize that the element kind of envisions a process of a small area plan and then a parks master plan and then a site plan for that park, which we're not following in this particular case due to the timeline. And I think, I mean, personally, I'm agreeable to that, but just understand that in the future, that would clarify a lot of the questions and a lot of the timing and things if we're going through that process as we cite additional parks using this element.
Yeah, so that's a good point. And in the small area plan that's being revised and will be submitted this summer, we are getting more detailed with each of the park locations shown in the North Village, and that we're showing conceptual plans for them, and we're also listing facilities that we see on each of those. That's certainly going to be for your review to be able to weigh in on those kind of things when it's in the small area plan. But we are including that information for your review I guess from a little bit, from a 10,000 foot perspective, way out in front of some of those parks coming.
Yeah, great. And I appreciate your answers, Mike. More minute questions about the other details as well. And I don't actually know who the right person in town is to review those. Some of those questions were about conduit going to the dog park, gates for how we might manage that in the future, and emergency phones and things like that. Jeff, I don't know if you're the right person. Obviously, that wouldn't typically be detailed on a site plan, just approving a site plan. But because we are, taking this as a town park, I want to make sure that we also are reviewing it to that additional level of detail in regards to playground equipment that's provided, some more details that we would, as we take on this as a town park and town asset.
So conduit to the dog park for phone services? Is that?
Well, sorry, those are two different things, but they're,
okay.
So, I mean, it depends on how we're going to manage the dog park, obviously, and we would need to decide that, but there's talk about a fob system. And so I imagine there'd be, power and, communication there of some type. And then also just the potential, this is probably longer, but like emergency phone system along greenways or at areas like a splash pad where there's maybe some extra need for an emergency phone. But if nothing else, that we get some of the infrastructure in place, so we don't have to, if we decide to do that later, we don't cut up concrete to do it. And they did clarify that there is at least a capacity and some pre-conduit in place for electric vehicle chargers as well.
Right.
Yeah, we can keep you posted through the construction process. We had internally, we had chosen a couple of locations, one specifically being towards that area where the entrance of the dog park is, specifically for a possible fob access. And then the second was, I don't know if we already had it or not, but we have been talking about the electric car charging spot where that is to be located.
Okay, great. Yeah, and like I said, I guess, Jeff, that's you at this point to clarify nitty-gritty details about future park.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm curious. So we've got a fairly detailed site plan here, but then there is no real detail of the play areas and the equipment that's going in there, at least not in this set of drawings. And curious, has staff reviewed those drawings? Are there such drawings detailing what equipment is in the 5 to 12 year playground versus the 2 to 5?
No, we've seen examples of what could potentially be in those areas, but we haven't seen the actual apparatus that's going to be installed.
Chuck, when is that designed?
If Kurt Pfeiffer's here, who's the park designer, as well as Robbie Odom, Kurt's pulling up the a rendering of the equipment that I think we showed it at the planning board meeting. I'm not.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, Kurt, if you want to share yours.
Okay, it's loading. It's a big file. We'll get. Okay. I'll show you in a second. But we have renderings of that get exactly. It shows specifically what's going to be in each of those play areas, and I think you can see from the site plan that they're noted that they're appropriately furnished with amenities for different age groups, specific to those age groups. And then we've got a third one that is a more natural area. Here we go. So this is what the Carolina Parks and Play generated this rendering, and we went through a number of iterations with them. So those two semicircles on the south side there were the 2 age-appropriate play areas. Which age? This is the 5 to 12-year-old playground right here. And Mr. Shipp had asked a question too, as part of his questions to me, is it handicap accessible? And it is, and we have to do specific things in that area to meet those standards. And that's been done. Then this is is that another view of that? Yeah, this is a different view at ground level of that same playground. And we tried to, in some ways we've sort of questioned, you remember way back at the beginning, we questioned whether we should be getting into this. This has been pretty exciting to us. We've gotten involved pretty deeply in trying to accommodate different age groups, and the colors were important, the primary colors for kids, and just different things that we've got going on there. But this is what's the 2 to 5? 2 to 5, yeah, 2 to 5-year-old playground area. You can see the splash pad in the background, and I think the apparatus shown there is consistent with what we've got in the spray ground, excuse me. I can't use that phrase.
Yeah. What's the ground surface of the playgrounds?
Currently, right now, it's engineered wood fiber.
So that's like a mat?
No, it's not. The term that you'll hear a lot that's used is playground mulch, but it's not mulch. Mulch that you use for landscaping is the bark material, the excess bark from the tree. This engineered wood fiber is actually the heartwood that's ground up, so it has the ability to compact and withstand rotting a lot easier than the bark material.
Just another view of the 2-year-old to 5-year-old playground from more the ground level. And then this is the nature play area. So we're doing things, we've got some slope on we tried to use slope that framed the areas, and then use the sliding boards to mold to that slope, as opposed to having to climb a bunch of stairs to get to the top of a sliding board, for example. We're trying to use the character of the site with the rock. We're using some natural wood to play on, as opposed to fabricating something, and we're trying to use natural materials in this area. In the background, up at a different level, there's a smaller zip line, if you've ever seen zip lines. It's not something for the board to use, it's more for their children to use.
What age group is that again, please?
For the zip line?
No, what age group is this?
This is not age specific.
Okay.
But you can put, I mean, with the slide, since, you know, you're not climbing up stairs to get to it. If you look at the site plan, there's the sidewalk and the greenway trail gets to where you access the slide. Then you would climb up some typical concrete stairs to get back up to the top, or it's accessible to be able to walk around without going upstairs.
Mhm. And you said the material on the ground is basically wood chips? Is that it?
In those areas, yes.
It's wood chips, okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you said they can be compacted.
Yeah, it is. If you're talking about the more rubberized surface, that's pretty pricey. That's something that
Mm-hmm.
it could evolve into someday, but
Yes. Okay.
it's a safe surface. I mean, it's chosen specifically with safety concerns.
Okay. Okay.
I did want to address Noah's comment from the Parks and Rec Board in the chat here, and I'm not sure if he's able to speak, but he said that Chatham Park has spent $700,000 on erosion control and grading, which is over the $500,000 commitment. I think that's true, and I do, I guess, note that grading does not count for parkland equivalent money, but I think that, you know, with spending the additional 1.5 million, that they're still meeting the requirement, obviously, of that 500,000. I'm not 100% sure if that's what the comment was getting at. Noah, if you can talk. Or is anybody from the Parks and Rec able to talk? Stephanie or?
They appear to be panelists or attendees and not panelists.
Can attendees be unmuted, Ms. Cassie?
Stephanie Bass is the chairperson for the board, and she's.
Yeah, and Stephanie, we can't hear you.
And Casey, we can't hear you either. Cassie, excuse me.
So if
All
you're
right, well,
Stephanie, this is Stephanie Brooker with Hobbs Architects, not with Parks and Rec.
There's another Stephanie on the line.
I mean, maybe we can move on to some other discussion while we fix that technical side. But
It sounds to me as though there's not the typical, I guess, deadline or metric for when something is going to need to be finished, such as based on a CO, or, you know, there's nothing really waiting for this to be finished. So, and it sounded like with the spray ground that it would be a staggered year maintenance. Because I thought I heard, you know, some things would come online and they would start their maintenance period, but the spray ground wouldn't start until it was functioning, I guess in the spring, and then would get winterized again, but the year maintenance period would start from when it was operational. Are there other factors of the playground or the play facility that would be staggered, and, you know, would we end up with many different complicated, convoluted deadlines, or not deadlines, but time periods within which something could be under maintenance versus not?
Is that addressed to me, Mr. Fiocco?
I think so. I think the proposal is to maintain for a year, but obviously we would want something to be functional for that year of maintenance.
Well, this, because of the nature of closing and opening a spray ground, that's the only thing that's different from the rest of the site. But the intent is not to, make things confusing from, a year of maintenance.
Okay, so there would really be just two time frames. One when everything was finished, but for the spray ground, and the spray ground would come online in the spring, and then that period would start for the spray ground.
Yeah, I guess you could just say that the opening and closing, which would cover that year.
I think the year would include the reopening, wouldn't it?
Well, if you want to be technical about it, it stops the minute at midnight of Memorial Day, and then it opens the next day. So, but we're not trying to be that. I don't think we're trying to be that specific about it. We'll figure all that out.
Okay.
I've heard concern overall, I guess, about the maintenance cost that's projected to be, I think, $125,000 a year, which is more than we currently spend, I think, on all of our parks combined. I'm not saying that's a race to the bottom necessarily, but it is something to think about in terms of, the funding of the parks and rec in the future and future improvements to parks, and also with the two additional town parks that we imagine will be built. And so I think those are not necessarily specifically related to this park, but something to consider overall in these costs. Obviously did review the revenue projections provided in regards to Chatham Park development specifically. And I think that there's probably some things to look at there as well, but it seems like the revenue would be more in like the 2 to 3 year time period that would support additional maintenance budget of $125,000 for a park specifically. But again, we would need to, maintain this, I think, for a little bit to really understand what the maintenance costs are versus projections in terms of replacing wood and things like that. I also think there's value for Heather, I guess, in, if that maintenance turnover portion would begin at a fiscal year versus some time in between the fiscal year as well. So based on all of that, I would, I guess, request that the maintenance by Chatham Park continue through the fiscal year where the spray part was open. I guess this kind of gets to Commissioner Fiocco's comment as well. That gap between Memorial Day and the fiscal year be covered, but also for the whole park, so we don't have staggered deadlines.
Yeah, let me say a couple things to that. First of all, there's going to be one thing I didn't mention and was reminded of. There's going to be a year warranty covering all of these, the playground apparatus, the spray ground apparatus, all those things will be covered by the manufacturer for a year. So that's going on at the same time now. That'll take care of some of the concerns. Secondly, when we provided the budget of $144,000 for the maintenance of the park for a year, that's at a private price. Your price is going to be much less than that with your own staff and your own equipment and your own trucks and all those things. When we're driving people out here from our other facilities that they're maintaining, it's not at the same efficiency that you will be doing it. So I would ask that you're sort of trying to figure that out on your end as well, as opposed to assuming it's $144,000 and we need to cover that every year.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And it brings up the other point of this park, or when it actually becomes a town park and turned over to town. And I guess whether Chatham Park would be reimbursing the town for the maintenance costs, or whether Chatham Park would be doing the maintenance overall. I think there's probably value in the town taking on the maintenance to be reimbursed by Chatham Park for a time period. And that when that time period is over, that there's no contracts to change hands or anything like that, but it would still be, it would be with the town from the beginning, but reimbursed by Chatham Park for a time period that we agree on.
Are you saying you're proposing to maintain it and we reimburse you for that first year?
I think so. That is what I'm mentioning here or referring to here, and I'm not even necessarily referring or not meaning necessarily that it would be Pittsburgh employees maintaining it or maintaining all parts of it based on capability and bandwidth. But if it is contracted work, that it would be still contracted through the town for the town park, but that effort would be reimbursed by Chatham Park.
Yeah, if you were going in the direction of town staff doing that, I agree with you. I don't think the bandwidth's there. We talked to them out on site, and they talk very openly about how they don't have time or resources to do much more than they're doing right now. They don't have time to do what they're doing right now. And then when we were all attending, I guess Mr. Farrell and Mr. Fiocco and I were on the Park Advisory Board meeting the other night and listening to Jeff talk about trying to find maintenance dollars just to remove paint from a rock. And kind of like, I mean, it's not there. So, and I think it's going to be efficient if we do it that way, but certainly we'll talk about how you want to do that.
Chuck, also, after the 1 year on the maintenance agreement, plus the extended on the splash pad, if our revenue for the town is not, I guess maybe where we need to see it, can Chatham Park and the town work on some type of extension?
Yeah, obviously we tried to look out into the future as best we can when we give you the revenues. And we gave you in the small area plan, we'll be giving you a revenue analysis for the entire life of the North Village. But admittedly, the first 5 years are much more accurate than looking at development beyond that point. We feel pretty good about what's going on because we can see that we're trying to build it. It's happening. We're selling things already, releasing things already. So a lot of that is taking place, but still at some point you're trusting that revenue is going to come in as we are. So that means that's a little bit of an open-ended piece of information to be able to answer this. And then secondly, how much does it actually cost you to maintain it? That's another part of this.
Mm-hmm.
The short answer after saying all that is that, I mean, we've committed to the year. We're happy to talk to you at that point as we see how revenues come in. We would be willing to, and I think I've mentioned this. I mean, I think it's not going to be in the too far off that more revenues are coming in than you realize. And I mean, we would look at taking on longer maintenance if we can get some sort of reimbursement with fee credits or vouchers or things like that for future fees that are out there when money is not an issue, when y'all aren't worried about $5,000 to the Main Street program and things like that. And that I don't think that point in time is that far off.
Chuck, does any of the projected revenues that you've provided require additional sewer capacity from what is been allocated to Chatham Park thus far?
No, those 5 years covers what we've got right now.
Okay.
And then also if you know, we've got, we've already turned in the information to the state to get a lower allocation per household that's been accepted for single family development. We're getting ready to submit it for the apartments as well. So that'll be less of a burden in that regard too. So I think it's even going to get better, even though, you know, from a long-term perspective, we don't have a lot of the answers completely in place yet. We're just waiting for some of those permits, but for this period of time, yeah, we've got that covered.
Yeah, so the key being that that revenue is market limited, not sewer capacity limited.
Right. And even during this, I mean, you guys have a better picture of this than we do just because of what you've been experiencing with your own budget. But we've been selling houses during, you know, one of the worst times you can try to sell houses. And, you know, there are people excited about this. And we've gotten recent reports from Mosaic of some exciting things that are taking place there that they aren't ready to say yet. But I mean, it's still proving to be something that we feel very confident in. That's why we're working as hard as we can, moving in that direction.
Another thing I'd like to discuss, and I think maybe Mr. Messick can help weigh in, understand is, and obviously Chuck, your side of the table too, is if this park is going to function like a public park, i.e. open to the general public, but it's privately owned, how are liability issues managed in that regard? And I'm thinking about this also in conjunction with what Kyle mentioned about the town doing the maintenance. And I think that's associated with maybe taking ownership of the property and doing the maintenance and being reimbursed. You know, that makes it a public park immediately. And, you know, how does a private park work open to the public from a liability perspective? And is that a burden that is placed upon Chatham Park by maintaining control or maintaining ownership of the land and the facilities?
Well, I'll say this just right off the bat. We are perfectly fine, and this gets at some of Mr. Shipp's questions before. I know we're perfectly acceptable with giving you the park from day one, turning that over to you, and us still taking on the maintenance. We're happy to do that. And I don't know if that addresses, you know, some of your questions, but from a lot of reasons, it makes sense for us to do it that way. And probably the liability is the biggest reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think the warranty would still be there.
Would be still there, that's right.
Yeah, and the maintenance would be there. And I mean, it seems to me it makes sense to dedicate it and accept it from the get-go, as long as we have this, you know, reimbursement agreement in place.
And so we just do the, you know, the walk where, you know, Jeff is making sure things have been built according to plan, and maybe it gets a little bit further into some of the detail because some of the plans don't necessarily get into play equipment, but you're going to get pristine mint condition stuff right at the beginning. And so there shouldn't be any question about whether it's something getting of standard or quality. And then it's just a question of whether the work's been completed.
Yeah, and I think acceptance being when it is complete, correct?
Well, I guess you're referring to then the not opening the splash pad until, I mean, we just didn't see, you know, we could certainly open the splash pad at the beginning, you know, of that, you know, the end of September. We just didn't think that made sense.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that would be the only item that would be not complete by, well, it would be complete, but we wouldn't necessarily turn it on.
Right. You wouldn't be using it yet, at least as a spray ground.
Mm-hmm. And I think if we were to inspect the construction while it was ongoing and find it acceptable, then we could accept it, understanding we've got a warranty and the year's maintenance from Chatham Park.
That's right, but we're going to be at least as concerned about this being built the way it's designed as you are, just because we're spending that much money on it.
Right. Right.
I have one more question. Chuck, in reference to Edgefield Street,
Yes, ma'am.
will that connect to Fire Tower Road?
Yeah, what we're doing from day one is connecting it from a pedestrian standpoint. There's a water line that's, or a water easement that goes through there. So we're going to put, we'll have a pedestrian crossing connecting. Mr. Monis, do you live in that neighborhood?
Yes, I do live in Chatham Park.
Okay,
Excuse me,
it'll be
Chatham Forest.
Chatham Forest. It'll be Mr. Bonnet's walking path to get over to the park without having to walk down to Thompson Street. But yeah, and then just to get into the vehicular part of it, the traffic study that was done doesn't identify a need for the connection from a traffic standpoint until much later in the development. And then secondly, we don't own all of that crossing, so we can't permit it. So there's some issues that get into that part of it, but we can put the materials in there to allow for pedestrians to get across.
Okay, walking back. That's fine. That's fine.
Within the easement.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Chuck, what would be the ground surface of this pedestrian path until Edgefield is constructed as a roadway?
It would just be salt because much of that's in the riparian buffer, you know, a good bit of that's in the riparian buffer. So we wouldn't be proposing to pave that, particularly since it wouldn't be something that's permanent.
Yeah, you broke up for a moment, so I didn't hear the surface you mentioned. Did you say sod?
Soft.
Soft.
Soft, other than the stream
Grassy.
crossing itself. Probably mulchy as opposed to grassy, but
Okay. Okay, well, that would be I mean, that's a direct shot.
well, it's an important
Chatham
connection.
Forest.
I mean, that's frankly the first year. I think most of the users are going to be coming from that neighborhood.
I think it's a great connection and makes it very proximate to this facility so that folks can enjoy it.
Yep, I'm already hearing folks anticipating the dog park. It really is a very interesting design, it's very intriguing, very appealing. The budget implications for maintenance, I think I count 3 other board members who've expressed concerns. I definitely share those concerns. And honestly, I think a year is not enough. I'm looking at spray ground opening Memorial Day 2021, and then town would take on complete maintenance using town revenues Memorial Day 2022. I think that's what's been proposed. And I'm thinking that we need to get at least 2 years of maintenance under our belt. I appreciate Commissioner Shipp's suggestion or idea, floating the idea that Chatham Park investors assist with that and town take responsibility for it during the early years. But lacking the small area plan and the financial projections that Mr. Smith, you say you're revising, I'm looking forward to seeing those. Lacking that at this moment in time and being asked to approve this, I would not want to do that unless we had a promise of 2 years of financial support for that maintenance.
You're not lacking the information for the first 5 years of revenue. So that gets you well past the point of having the revenues to be able to fund maintenance, if you've looked at that.
Is that those same revenues that were in the projections done by the fellow from NC State University?
No, I don't know what, I mean, you're talking about Michael Walden, I guess, and
Yeah.
that doesn't have anything to do with this. In the packet of information we provided to the town, we did an annual revenue analysis for years 20 through 25, and it included everything beyond, property taxes, sales taxes, other revenues.
Okay.
Both from your standpoint and the county standpoint.
I do see that now. Thank you.
And it's Appendix 7 in your A7 in your information.
It does not address our current pandemic circumstances and recession.
Yeah, I think it'd be more than this if we didn't have that.
Oh, you're saying that that was explicitly included in this projection?
Yeah, I mean, unless, I mean, I will put the caveat on it that, I mean, we're assuming we're going to come out of this, you know, on the net from a going back full bore. I mean, you guys were talking about this earlier in your own revenue projections, and I think you mentioned the V recovery. I mean, we're sort of expecting that as well. So, I mean, since we aren't, you know, we're building houses now, we're building lots now. Most of those are not ready yet. So most of that impact, as long as it's out of the way in the next few months, shouldn't be affecting this.
And Chuck, I think you're including Mosaic as some of the non-residential revenue, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mention that that I had gone to the Mosaic team and gotten the numbers that I think they provided those with y'all, and we incorporated that into the analysis here. But let me say this, it doesn't include, for example, the Northwoods property that you just approved in the last couple of weeks with the beginning the development of that with the grocery store. And you can tell me what the revenues from a 50,000 square foot grocery store are going to be, and they're not in these numbers. And I think that's a pretty substantial increase in what's going on here that's not included in this because it's outside of Chatham Park.
Well, that's understandable. And these projections are appreciated now that I'm having a look at them. I do appreciate it, but they are speculative, and government isn't in the business of speculating or building things in advance of demand, building parks in advance of demand. So we've got to apply a different level of scrutiny. And that's why I think it would be prudent for us to peg this at 2 years rather than 1.
Well, I think I said this earlier. I think it would be prudent to look out a year from now and see where we are with revenues, as opposed, because you'll know more about what it's going to cost you to maintain it, and you'll have a better idea of where revenues actually are compared to this analysis.
So another item that kind of goes in that direction is the management of the dog park. The comments that I'm reading just make me feel like I really wish that we had dedicated park staffer, because I think it's too much to ask volunteers on the Parks and Rec Board to look into how that dog park ought to be run. And does this mean that we as a town ought to require dog licensing or requirements of rabies vaccinations before entering the park? There's some complexities there that I think are really important. I've heard of some really bad situations happening at dog parks. Most of the time, folks are well behaved and their dogs are responsive to their owners. But worst case scenario, I've heard of some that were really horrifying, and that's just opens up a lot of really important questions. I'm definitely not prepared to answer, and I don't think the Parks and Rec Board is the appropriate venue. I appreciate staff making the suggestion, but I think we need a full-time staffer who's going to focus on that.
We agree with everything you just said.
Good.
I can't comment on the full-time staffer, but in terms of the seriousness of the issue, and I don't know that it was in your packet, but we provided information from other local municipalities on exactly how they handle that. It's fairly consistent, but they do have rules and processes they go by. So we have included that in the information we provided, not to try to dictate anything, but only to try to help because of that staff person not being there.
Appreciate that.
And I think Stephanie and Noah, I think you're able to unmute now. If we can
Good.
back and comment on a couple of these, maybe.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, great.
Okay, thank you. My comment about the $500,000 was purely for you to be aware that this site was, it's a great park. The site was just picked by Chatham Parks, and I think that it's been dictated a little bit from Chatham Parks, and that there hasn't been as much involvement from the community and from the town. This is all hindsight for whatever that's worth. But the fact that they've spent so much money on grading and shaping this park just leads me to believe that there might have been better sites. There might have been better communication about where to put a park. There's nothing we can do about it now. I'm only bringing it to your attention so that moving forward, we don't find ourselves in this situation again, in that we need better working relationship with Chatham Park as far as designing parks, and where they go, and the money that are being put into those parks.
Understood. Yeah, and that's I think that process is outlined in the elements, and it would certainly be our intention to follow that.
Yes,
in the future.
I agree that it is in the element, and that maybe it was followed. Maybe it wasn't. I don't fully know, but just to kind of plug that as something that we need to think about moving forward is let's have a better relationship building these parks with Chatham Park.
Absolutely. Agreed.
And I'll say this from our standpoint, we aren't looking to go out of our way to find something that we have to grade excessively to make it work, because this is money we're spending. And if you understand Chatham County grades, and certainly the grades that we're dealing with throughout the North Village, I'm not apologizing for this location at all. It costs money to grade, and it's not a lot. It's not just grading, but rock is a big part of all this. So, and one of the things that we did in a later iteration is to cut back. The further to the top of the page you go, as you look at this drawing, the more you're cutting into slope that causes more cost in rock and grading. So, we still wanted to have a play field. Play field's going to be relatively flat. We have no flat land. So we did have to cut, and we did have to get rid of rock to do that. And we'll be happy to, we'll walk the North Village with you, and we'll go around and look for flatter sites. You won't find them.
Chuck, in the center of the parking area, will that be a wet pond or a dry pond or a storm management feature?
It's a bioretention area, so when it rains, it would be wet, but it's not designed to be a wet pond.
Okay, so in one of the pictures, it was shown to be a blue water pond.
That's artistic license.
Got it.
But it's going to be, it's an educational opportunity because of exactly what's going to be happening there, as opposed to just grass and water when it rains.
Well, the artist was there when it was wet.
There you go.
Yeah.
Stephanie, if you want to go ahead with some comments.
Yeah, and thank you all for spending so much time on this. We really, really appreciate the diligence in considering all the pieces of this pretty complex park. I guess what I wanted to kind of summarize that's related to a number of your operational and maintenance questions were some principles and values that we as a town advisory board are really hoping that you all can keep in the forefront. A lot of the questions that you're going to be trying to answer through experience and through estimates and through various sort of means they have an impact on equity and access and essentially the impact on who gets to use the park by virtue of its availability, any costs associated with using it, and things like that. So we have, as a town organization, we have an extremely strong value about maintaining public access equally for all people. And so I noticed somewhere in the longer document, which I think is essentially what we had before, but because it's a different format and differently worked out, I hadn't fully digested it in the time that it was put up, I think over the weekend. But there was something about having fees. Maybe the Chatham Park would be wanting, while it owned the park, it would be wanting to control who has access and who comes in. And I just want to be clear that what we're talking about is, while this is in name and in practice a town park, even though it may not be technically owned by the town, that everyone has equal access. And so I completely understand the need for ways to control access to a dog park. But if you're going to have access to a key fob, think about the family that lives in a trailer up the hill over at Robinson Creek and has a dog and would like to bring their dog on the weekend. Do they have the money to, if it costs money, and I'm assuming it would, to pay for some kind of entry procedure? So those are general principles. You're not going to be able to just go through and check it off, bing, bing, bing. But I'm really hoping that that you all stay true to those values. And I also have a real concern about, this is a beautiful park. To me, as a dog lover, who my dogs are probably too ill-behaved to ever go to this park, but I have small dogs. If I had 4 or 5 little dogs, I can imagine my annual dog feeding budget would not be that big. If I had a couple of big dogs, it might be bigger. I feel like what we've got here is the town of Pittsburgh has 4 or 5 small dogs, different ages, mostly mutts, cobbled together from donations and fundraising and volunteer work. And some of them are new and in pretty good shape, and some of them really need some love. I would invite you to go to Town Lake, for example. But we are getting ready to acquire a purebred Irish Wolfhound right here, in my opinion, which is a beautiful dog and something everybody would be proud of. But I don't know what the beagles and terriers and little puppers like that, I don't know how they're going to fare when the Irish Wolfhound has to be fed and vetted. So it's a built-in equity problem to have a park that is way outside the norm for what the town has. And I think, so this is going to be an area for Pittsburgh to work on, because even though, and I want to say, by the way, Commissioner Fiocco and others, we are so appreciative of what you did tonight to try to free up some funds to make our Robinson Creek Greenway accessible, usable, enjoyable, and all of that. And I did see in the capital budget some out-year expenditures that we hope will stay there for the community club, which is such a treasure and really does need work done in order to be accessible to people with disabilities and so forth, and to be rentable to more varieties of groups. So I've said a lot of words there, but if you'll just remember equity and access, and I'm really thinking about the impact on the town's budget over the years of park maintenance, park improvements. You know, we want a park system where people say, well, I don't want to go to Town Lake. It's all, you know, it's all run down. I want to go to, you know, Vineyard Park or whatever the new name is. I just invite you to think about that and to see yourself addressing those issues in the future in a way that is true to Pittsboro's, what I think of Pittsboro's inherent value system. So that's what I had to say. And I think Sarah Carr may have some more specific comments about things that she was seeing in the slides, that it's different than what we saw from an earlier version, and we don't know how much of that is just, you know, drawing variety. And I don't know if Sarah has a way of getting up with me or if anybody can see her.
I think
Promoted her.
There she is. Great, great, great.
Great.
Sarah,
If
go
if
ahead.
you can hear me, my main concern in looking at the drawings was that there don't seem to be any tables, any places for families to sit and have their snack. I see a lot of play equipment and an occasional bench, but I would assume that parents who are looking after their kids when they're on the spray ground or on the playground will want to have somewhere to sit, want to have somewhere for their kids to have a snack. And I didn't see any of that. And I don't know if that is equipment that Chatham Park is going to add to the plan. And I guess the second thing I thought was I only really saw 2 baby swings, which seems like a very small amount of baby swings for such a large park with an expectation of such a large young family community going to that park. That's pretty much what I had to add.
Noted the same thing. Thank you.
Is any of that for me to respond to, or is that just for the board?
I think if you want to, but in terms of the issues of fairness and equity, part of it is going to be an ongoing issue. I would love to know how Chatham Park plans to address that going in and whatever its period of direct ownership is. I'd love to hear that.
Well, whether we own it a day or for the rest of its existence, it's a public park. It's open to everyone. We don't look at this as 4 months and a purebred. We look at this as our facilities are going to be, it's a rising tide that's going to be raising the level of all facilities in Pittsboro, because there will be money to start maintaining those existing facilities, and then the ones we're building will still be of this quality. So my analogies are a little different from yours, but at the same time, social equity there is nothing about this that limits who can use the park. The information provided for the dog park is what other municipalities do. And you're talking about $10 a dog up to $30 a dog, depending on whether you're talking about Apex or Durham or Cary or Fuquay. I think anybody that owns a dog has some cost in dog ownership. I mean, they're feeding the dog and they're taking him to the vet to get the shots, and they're doing those things. So if $10, but we aren't making that decision. That's the town is making the decision of whether they're going to charge for something like that or not, because I listened to an hour and a half of your meeting last week where you were complaining about not having enough money for maintenance. And the way most municipalities get these things are fees from playing on softball teams or playing on volleyball teams or registering their dog in dog parks. At the same time, every person in town gets to use those facilities just like everyone else. So we agree with you on equal usage by everyone in town.
I thank you for that, and I really appreciate what you're saying about fee structure, and we won't go into a long thing on that, but one of the things you may not be aware of is that most of the organized sports that take place on town facilities are actually, apparently, as I understand it, and I may be not saying this exactly right, but is apparently arranged and mediated by outside organizations like the Y or a baseball league. And so Pittsboro gets a limited amount of money from that. It's not like Pittsboro has a town office of, you know, organized sports where we get the money from every team we sign up. I wish we did, because that would also give us a very rich pool of people to draw volunteers from, et cetera, et cetera. But we're kind of caught in a difficult spot with respect to that. And I don't know.
That's today. And that's because you haven't had the resources and amenities to be able to do that. You don't have a fire department either, but someday you will. So I think those things take care of themselves. Right now, the county's doing it, the Y's doing it. But as this starts to go in this direction, then you will be doing that as well. And that's from, you know, my experience in this as being the first park planner in Cary when they just began their growth, and they had no parks, and they had the same money issues, and they had the exact same issues as you're talking about. And so I've at least lived it from that standpoint to watch how the influences of growth, and you can say they're bad influences and good influences, but there will be revenues that come along with that start to get you able to look at these problems in different ways. Oh, and back to I didn't answer this. In that budget, there are, I'm going to say 12 picnic tables that are part of the plan. 8 associated with the shelter, and then 4 associated with the area around the amphitheater. And there are grills in that area where those 4 tables are. So we've tried to, it's providing for those kind of needs right at the beginning.
Chuck, did you say there were 8 picnic benches at the building?
8 picnic tables and benches associated with that at the shelter, and then 4 where the grills are.
Over there near the bocce and the amphitheater, is that it?
Yeah. And
okay.
That was the thinking, was that was a little bit more of an adult area, if you will, compared to the other. But you know, again, the shelter is a revenue opportunity to rent out to church Sunday school classes. And I mean, it just goes on and on. When you have the facilities to be able to start looking at it a little bit differently, that doesn't mean people can't use the shelter on a day-to-day basis, but it's an opportunity for a Friday night for a church group or someone to rent it, and then you to get some fee associated with that. They don't have to do that, but they can do that.
And I think in general, to some of those questions about things that aren't shown on the site plan necessarily, I guess I'm not taking liberties, but I'm kind of taking the budget, the quantities and things shown on the budget sheet as a part of this site plan, so to speak, in that, 10 picnic tables, 2 grills, those things that they would be, potentially are shown on the plan, or, would definitely be included in the project.
Yeah, there are a number of bike racks. I mean, it goes on and on. I mean, we're not trying. I mean, we're trying to give you the ability to take care of every one of those potential needs right at the beginning.
Chuck, I'm not sure I understand that. Kyle, correct me if I'm not understanding what you're saying, but the cost estimate relative to the graphic maybe don't marry such that there's 10 items listed on a cost estimate, yet you can't find 10 of those items on the plan?
I'll say I haven't tried to look necessarily, but I guess I'm sort of including the quantities shown on the estimate that they would be provided in the plan. And again, it's really getting away from, approving a site plan, so to speak, for whatever, but in regards to what would be provided to the town as a part of this project overall. I'm referencing the estimate as a quantity of benches, 13 benches with concrete pads. Not that we have any requirements associated around those either, but just as additional information that may or may not be on the site plan.
Well, I would expect that the cost estimate would reflect everything, well, everything in the cost estimate would be on the plan as a basis for approving the plan. Chuck, are you suggesting that there are things yet to be located on the plan that are in the cost estimate?
There's a preliminary cost estimate that's part of, you've had that information. I don't know if you've looked at it all that closely, but at the end of the day, since we're dealing with exact requirements of how much money we're spending in different situations, there will be a final costing of what was actually provided. And it will include those items that may not be as straightforward, like, I mean, bike racks are in the preliminary estimate, but that kind of detail will certainly become more specific and exact in the final cost analysis. You will get that. Now, when if you're looking at this sort of drawing, I mean, this is an illustrative drawing. If you're looking at the site plan, I mean, many times you're not going to see, as we told Mr. Shipp, I mean, when you get into the construction process, you get more specific about where you're locating conduit for future, to make sure you've taken care of electric access in the future that may come that you don't have right now. But I don't know that we've necessarily shown picnic tables on the site plan, because that's not necessarily something that, I mean, it's not bolted down, although it may be. But underneath that shelter, I mean, Kurt, I don't know if there's a more detail of the shelter, but I mean, there are things going on in there that you don't see in the site plan.
I'm not sure. Not real sure if the architectural detail plan shows. I don't have that up on my screen right now, but I think just for space allocation, the designer of the actual restroom facility / shelter showed, I think, 8 picnic tables being able to be underneath that roof. But we are showing 4 of them on our site plan over at the area where the stage and the kind of amphitheater are located.
Great. And I think in general, as a board, particularly a board approving a site plan, we would talk about the site plan more in general, but there is some element of, also discussing a future town park and what that includes. And I think, some of that would likely be left up more to staff, but we are limited in staff in this area at this time as well. So it does make it difficult to discuss.
Well, I don't know how many of these issues need to be resolved tonight. I think some of them do require, whether it's the board or whether it's staff or whether it's a combination of all of the above, but we're just trying to get permission to be able to start construction so we can meet our deadlines for when people start showing up out here from other places for Parade of Homes.
Right. I think the time crunch in general is unfortunate, and I'm not sure where that happened from when I think this plan was submitted like last September officially, and then got to us now. So I understand the time crunch in regards to getting this built for September, and I'd say generally I'm in favor of starting construction on it, but obviously from the discussion tonight we've got a lot to figure out about timelines and maintenance and things like that. I'd be, in favor of saying that this will be a town park and town property from, turnover at the beginning, with some agreement to be worked out with Chatham Park in regards to the ongoing maintenance of it for a period of time. But like we discussed, I mean, it kind of puts the risk on Chatham Park in terms of when the town would be willing to take over the cost of the maintenance of this park.
And I would be agreeable to that as well. because I think we want I think we want to take advantage of the opportunity to have this wolfhound, was it? Have this opportunity. I know that opportunity isn't always the most convenient thing, but I think we should capitalize on it. And I would vote to approve moving forward with construction, and then taking the time that we have to figure out some of the other things such as turnover, timeline. You know, it's documented that maybe we better come up with a name, and if it's going to be ours, we better come up with a name quick. And signage is important, so those things need to be known. Yeah, getting this thing built and having it is very short time, but full with the forces that you've got available. So I would make a motion to approve, but there's a lot of other, I think, conditions that need to be finalized in order to make a very thorough approval this evening. So maybe we could say approval to start construction with this project pending additional details about ownership, maintenance, specific materials and structures to be defined at a future date in the next month or two, so that work can be ongoing while we're working through these issues.
Commissioner Fiocco, will you accept a friendly amendment that your list also include clarification of the $500,000 vis-a-vis the confusing parts of the additional element?
Absolutely, yeah.
I think simply a letter would suffice.
Yeah, yes, I accept that, absolutely.
Okay, well, second, I second that motion.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous.
Okay, I'll just say there's another request from Chatham Park, and that is to be reimbursed for system development fees. That was part of the staff report. So they need 2,100 gallons of sewer for a town park, and they would like to be reimbursed $24,507 for system development fees.
So that is to say they would pay to the town $24,500 and the town would then return that money to them?
However, financially and legally it needs to work out, whether it's a payment or reimbursement somehow. Heather would be the one who would, Heather and Bob would be the one who would be able to figure that out, but that is their request.
Well, I think I would be supportive of that only in that this is a public park. And so I think we are doing well to get the infrastructure and the construction. And if we were to build this ourselves, I don't think we would charge ourselves.
This is Bob Morgan. If these fees are paid to the enterprise fund, and if we reimburse Chatham Park, we're going to have to take the money out of the general fund because we cannot use enterprise funds to give back fees.
Aren't these capital facility funds?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So technically not necessarily associated, I mean, not all the trappings of the enterprise fund?
I think they're one and the same.
Okay.
Because I think it's for the development of utilities.
Right. So would it be a waiver?
You can't do that. You can't waive it.
Aha, I knew it. I knew you were there. Fleshed you out. Okay, is there a way to do this?
Yeah, that the board could vote to reimburse the fees, and we pay it out of the general fund.
Be the
Or the-
equivalent of a balance transfer from the general fund to the enterprise fund.
Yeah, you could do that too.
When are those fees due? Is that essentially now?
Yes.
Yes. Site plan approval.
So yes, now.
I would make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those
And-
opposed? It's unanimous. All
And
right.
to be clear, we're talking about a reimbursement. So they will pay the fee into the enterprise fund, and the town will transfer money from fund balance to enterprise to repay.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Chuck.
All right. That takes us to board directives. We already discussed the first item, affordable housing, and have a direction there to follow. So the item before us is the RFQ for intergovernmental agreement. Bob?
John?
Sorry. Yes. The mayor and Commissioner Fiocco and I have met on 2 occasions with representatives of Sanford to look at possible ways where we could cooperate to help not only with the quality and quantity of utilities, but looking at regional efficiency. The RFQ was the idea of those involved as a way to decide what needs to be studied and how much it would cost. At this point, you're not authorizing that we're going to do the project. We're just gathering information to see what it would cost. And we would have to come back to you to get authorization to proceed, and we'd have to bring a budget amendment to pay for it. And at this point in time, I do not have any idea of what the cost would be.
So, Bob, if I understand, then you're just asking for approval of the board to proceed and then come back at some later time after we determine what the cost associated with it might be.
That's correct.
I have a question about this RFQ,
Yes,
this
ma'am.
particular memorandum. I see where the Public Works Director of Town of Sanford met with you all. Did Mr. Poteet meet with you all also?
No, ma'am, he did not. He is. He has a copy of the RFQ, which I gave him.
Mm-hmm. It would seem like he should have been in that meeting also. And this is the first that I've heard of this particular situation or this particular possible cooperation between Pittsburgh and Sanford for water and sewer needs of the town of Pittsburgh. So I would think that our Public Works Director should have been in on that particular meeting as well. Not just that he has a copy of the RFQ.
I don't disagree.
I have a question also. What brought this up just all of a sudden in just the mayor and one commissioner and our interim town manager knew about this.
Well, I'll tell you, Jay,
Felt like we're not getting, just a few people are getting, all going on this. I don't know where we're going with this.
so a couple of meetings ago, you probably recall I was complaining that we weren't making progress with our permits to Sanford and our NPDES permit, and part of it was because the funding was coming from the Division of Water Infrastructure, DWI, because it had federal funds associated with it. And I think I asked the question in the public forum that would we have a different path to this permit if there was private money funding the operation? And that started the thinking of myself and several other people. And one of the ideas was, what if Sanford actually built the project? And what if Sanford actually built the project turned into, what if there was a regional water and sewer authority? And in fact, that's been kind of bandied about for years. I think when I first got on the board in 2009, Mayor Voller and me went to see the then mayor of Sanford, Cornelia Olive, as I recall, started even talking about it then. So the idea of some kind of regional cooperation, I think, has been on the table for a long time. And the difficulty we were having with the permitting process of getting to Sanford started the rekindle the thoughts of what could we do. And we ended up talking with the folks from Sanford to see if they had any interest in talking about this. And we talked about it and said, well, okay, let's have an RFQ to see if we want to talk about it any further. I mean, I think it makes sense to talk about it, to explore it, see what it means.
And I understand we don't know the cost yet or even an estimate, but would that cost be split between Sanford and Pittsboro, or
That's
would
what I would
Sanford
expect.
cover it all?
I would expect that, or we could ask them to pay for it. But if we're in a partnership, I think we would do our share.
I do understand what you're saying in reference to this, but I think that it would be more advisable to have maybe other commissioners, but definitely our public works director, to be in on things such as this.
This idea happened, a couple of us met to talk about it, so we're presenting it to the board.
And then, but you met with the town of Sanford, so it should have been Mr. Poteet also. That's what I'm saying. Since he is the public works director of Pittsboro.
How do we know? Well, I guess Sanford could possibly have a problem with water contaminants, couldn't he? I mean,
They do have a problem with water contaminants. If you live in North Carolina, your water system has a problem with contaminants. And that's whether you have public water or whether you're dealing with a well.
Commissioner Farrell, it's my understanding that their levels of contaminants are less than what's in Pittsboro. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we would abandon our supplies. And that's part of the reason for the study, is what is the right configuration of the infrastructure.
And what's the proper structure? Is it an OWASA model? You know, is it a Sanford model? Is it a Pittsboro model? but I think there are definitely regional options to be explored. We're part of the Jordan Lake study, and we're talking about interconnections to, other water supplies, water systems. Maybe it makes sense to have a regional authority. The RFQ is just to explore the idea.
And then you'll bring back once someone has responded, of course, they will indicate their particular cost, and then we would review that.
Yeah, I think at first the RFQ is you get their qualifications before you, I think, make a selection and then start talking about money. But yeah, if we don't want to spend the money, we don't. And we just don't do it. And I guess Sanford would have the same prerogatives, whether they want to participate or not. But right now, it seemed like a meeting of the minds that this is a good idea to explore this idea.
So, Mr. Morgan, what we're asking for here is basically qualifications from any firm or any governmental entity or all of the above.
If there is a governmental entity out there that could respond to it, they could respond to it, yes. You would advertise it and then you would wait to see what RFQs came in.
So if there was some enterprising staff at Chatham County, then they might get together with Sanford and say, hey, let's have a conversation about submitting together, or?
I don't think that would be likely. Because with my discussions with the county about sharing an engineer with the town of Pittsburgh, we didn't get very far. So I think they're pretty busy also.
But we're basically crafting this with the expectation that Sanford will submit qualifications.
No.
No.
What we're doing is requesting most likely an engineering firm to make a proposal and also to share their qualifications about how Sanford and the town of Pittsburgh could work together to improve the quality and the quantity of both water and sewer utilities.
Okay. So we're asking for someone to let us know how they would sketch out a plan for an intergovernmental or an interlocal collaboration analogous to OWASA.
Well, it could, OWASA is one model, but there are other models out there. I grew up in Tidewater, Virginia, and the city of Newport News provides water to all the municipalities around. So it can look different.
Raleigh provides water.
Exactly.
Yeah, many of the municipalities surrounding them.
And the county is already dealing with Sanford on the Moncure site, and is also involved in exploring a regional look. It seems to be, I don't know, it just seems to be what everybody is looking at. It's our Jordan Lake thing. And we're spending a lot of money on the Jordan Lake thing, which is essentially a regional approach. But this is, if I understand it, is just a look-see to see whether it makes any sense.
I don't have a problem with you reviewing with the RFQ. The only thing what I was saying was that it is something good to look into and research, but I just didn't understand why Mr. Poteet was not part of that particular group that met. But I don't have a problem with you going and exploring that, but it depends on, of course, how much it's going to cost and so forth and so on.
Exactly.
Agreed. And one small comment here on the RFQ itself. It says, deliver a final report and presentation to the respective meetings of the Sanford City Council, Pittsburgh Board of Commissioners. I think that we could potentially do a joint meeting and have a joint discussion through the magic of Zoom. That's probably easier to coordinate as well.
I think so.
Yeah. That's a very good point.
I think it'll be really easy if we're still doing Zoom.
Yeah. Well, even if, we're out of that and it's time to have that kind of conversation, it still might be a good idea to do it like this with Zoom. All right.
What is the time frame we're anticipating for return here? I don't think I see it.
I would assume it's between 30 and 60 days. I don't know if it's spelled out in there yet or if it's left blank.
It is blank, but not a big deal. I would make a motion to approve the RFQ with the provision, obviously, that we include our facilities director in all future discussions around it, or Mr. Poteet. Yeah.
There a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It was unanimous.
Nay.
Nay?
Nay.
Vote is 4-1, Jay Farrell voting against it. So it passes 4-1. Next item is the boardroom layout in Town Hall. And Bob, your name's next to that.
Yes, sir. Several weeks ago, the architect sent me some renderings of the boardroom and asked for my comments. The layout of boardrooms has always been a special interest of mine. And option A that's in your packet is the architect's proposal for the new meeting room. Option B is what I shared with the architects. And so the difference between the two options is where the town manager and the town clerk and the town attorney sit. I have experienced option A, and I've found it to be very difficult to have natural conversations with the elected officials during the meeting. And so I suggested that the clerk, the manager, and the town attorney sit in front of council. That way, the manager can see all the board members at one time. You get visual as well as verbal feedback from board members when you're working with them. So I found it to be very important. And this was similar to the layout that we used in Greensboro. I thought it worked very well. In fact, they changed it. The city manager used to sit with the council, and before I left, they put the city manager down with the rest of the staff in the front. I asked that the podium be double wide, so you could always have a laptop there to make presentations to connect with the screens. It's my understanding the plan was to put screens in front of all the board members so that you would have your individual screen to see what was up on the presentation. And behind the council would be a very large screen for the public to see. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have, and the representatives of the architect are also online. Or have they left, Casey?
I believe they've left.
Oh, they're here. I see them.
You see them?
Yep. And Taylor, I say appreciate your quick responses to my questions earlier.
Hope they made sense.
What's that?
I hope they made sense.
They did. And I think based on that, I might recommend a hybrid of option B with the desk from option A, and and since nobody else was in those emails maybe, but my comments were about the screens and, viewability for the board, which you did clarify. My only comment is that what is shown here is meant for a board of 5 plus the mayor, and pretty hard defined around that in regards to the furniture. And so for other larger boards we have that might use the room, or if there's any change to the board makeup in the future, that we would have a little more flexibility with the number of people able to be at that front desk, whether that's planning board, parks and rec board, or whoever else might use that room. Or again, like I said, if the town board expanded in the future.
Okay.
So Cal, I'm not clear. You said a hybrid, but I'm not following what the hybrid is.
Oh, sorry. Well, I think and Taylor, you can clarify. I think you were saying that option A table could be expanded to more people, but option B could not. I am in favor, Bob, with what you were saying about the staff and manager sitting in front for a more natural conversation. But I do think it's important, if we don't include it day one, that we have an easy expandability for that for the board seats.
Yeah, I think that either could have a larger 7-person table plus mayor. I think I did a little sketch that showed how it could work in A. B, if the tables are not there, you certainly have more room at the front for a larger table. So if you want to make the decision now to create a table that will hold up to, say, 8 people, we would need to know that so that you don't have to do it in the future. So if that's a recommendation, that's certainly something we would want to design now. It'd certainly be easier to do now than to rip out. This is going to be a built-in table.
I would make that recommendation.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Is that eight people at this table?
I think that's good. Yes.
Okay, on an option B scenario?
That would be mine. Yeah. Like to hear other people's.
And in that scenario, those 2 side tables shown in option B would probably push back or go away, which is not a problem.
Sure.
I didn't get it, Taylor. You broke up on me.
Option B with an expanded table for 8 would probably either push those side tables further back, or they would go away. We would come back with a recommendation on how the front of that room would be designed with a larger table for 8, but that would be an option B scenario with a larger table.
Well, and Bob, I have been to the venue you mentioned of Greensboro, where the manager is got his back to the audience. Staff has their back to the audience, and it does kind of put some space between the people and the commissioners. And that kind of disagrees with me, having staff between the public and the commissioners. I hear what you're saying about the ability to pick up on the facial cues and the body language and have that direct conversation. And I do think that A probably does make that more difficult. Right now, I think probably Jay has, he's in that position where that's the most acute angle with the manager, and John's probably got the best one-on-one with the manager right now. And I just wonder if there's a way to kind of not have the staff directly between the citizens and the commissioners, yet still afford the ability to pick up on the, still have some semblance of face-to-face communication. And, maybe it's sliding these tables to one side or the other. And not having so much, just this direct barrier between citizens and commissioners.
Commissioner Fiocco, I'm remembering that this option A, and I think option B as well, are an inclined or terraced arrangement. So
yeah.
Much of the public will be looking right over the heads of staff sitting at their tables. I don't have strong feelings about it. I think it's, I rather like option B. I will say I do have strong feelings about the curve on option B versus the curve on option A. Taylor, the table for the board members being able to have better eye contact with one another, I think is very constructive.
Yeah, you all had mentioned needing to have a similar setup to how you have now. We tried to accomplish that.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, John, I think it's also helpful for the citizens to be able to see the body language of staff as well. And so without, having that ability to see their facial expressions, which obviously we know communicates a lot, the citizens don't get that benefit.
I think there is some larger consideration here in that we will be live streaming all meetings going forward and maybe doing some virtual hybrid as well. So I did talk about it like and I think Taylor mentioned there'll be a camera in the back of the room to kind of take the scope of the room. But in that case, I guess particularly with the staff and manager facing with their backs to that, they would be precluded from the camera as well. So I think that's something we should take into account, whether it's multiple cameras and multiple screens, which can get complicated, or some best of both worlds. But I'll say in general too, I don't think we need to spend 3 meetings on this like we spent on the generator and design. But I think that it is difficult to accomplish all of those things.
Mayor, if I could suggest maybe one compromise might be under option A is to slide the 2 tables on the side further towards the audience so there's better eye contact. I've been in an arrangement in Carver where that's where we had that type of setup, is that the manager and the clerk and the council kind of made a half circle.
I really like that a lot.
I do too also.
Yeah, that would be, I think, a good thing.
Yeah, I think that would be better. I don't like the idea of the staff sitting there, the manager sitting in front of the commissioners. I don't like that idea at all. But I do like what you just suggested, Mr. Morgan. And also, where would the chief of police sit in this scenario? We have to have him there.
I'd have him in the audience.
He can't be in the audience.
By the door with a drawn sword. Private joke.
So if you did that hybrid with option A, you'd still want an 8-person table, and what you might do for seating, where you'd pick back, you might lose some of the front angled seating. If we move those tables into the room, we've got to keep our clearances for handicap and things like that. So those 2 angled seating arrangements below the first step, those seats may need to either reduce or some of those may be eliminated. but we can do if you pick, we just need a direction on a hybrid A or a B, however you want us to go, we can come up with a proposed solution.
Taylor, is it also possible to move the board's table back to the wall, maybe 2 feet, and would that give us some more room for the clerk and the?
I don't think you have that room. Those chairs are shown pushed kind of tucked under. By the time you push back and get up, you're going to need every bit of that space that we show.
Okay.
I believe.
Moving around behind each other.
Yeah. We can, if we, push it, I'm actually looking at the plan now. I think pushing those side tables out into the audience, we can do it some, but it might clutter that room a bit, but we can give it a shot.
Could they possibly be turned at a small angle?
They possibly could. I could almost see a scenario where you would move the tables instead of having them perpendicular like they're shown in option A, you'd have a B scenario, but you just move them out to those side seating aisles and have the center row as shown in A, but you just take up maybe those couple of seats and put them on the front row of the side seating areas.
I think all you would need to do is the back end of the table that has 2 chairs, just slide it up even with the back line of the
Okay, so you're talking about 1 or 2 feet maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically move it up one seat.
Yeah, and we might lose those side built-ins. We probably have to push those back to increase the table width. But we can look at that and move those down. And we'll try to keep as many seats in the audience as we can. Like I say, we may lose a couple on those side lengths.
And Taylor, I think what we could also do is we could maybe move the handicap spots to the center bay of seat.
Yeah.
We'll not feel like we're cramping that area.
Okay. Mm-hmm. We can give it a shot. If you pick a scenario that you say is approved, we'll come back with a plan option that tries to achieve that.
Taylor, what are the pros and cons of dedicated seating versus pews? Is it possible to have greater density of seating with pews than with individual seating?
It may be. I think in code with a pew, you get you're 1 person every 18 inches. There's no armrests or anything like that. That's similar to the historic courthouse setup.
Yeah.
Stephanie, you have anything to add? Stephanie's our interior designer. You have anything to add to that, Stephanie?
I think the benefit with doing individual fixed seating is that you kind of know the number going in. You don't have someone come and kind of take up too much space. So there is that. We can kind of make an estimate based on how many can fit in a pew, but it really depends on then, the size space that they're taking up or the comfort space that they want between the person next to them. Whereas if you have a fixed seat, then I think you can kind of put a better number on how many people a room would accommodate.
Thank you. Never mind.
Well, it seems to me we're looking at a modified version A, sliding the side tables around a little bit, get a little bit more eye contact or facial connection with the commissioners. And Stephanie, I guess it does make sense to kind of move those handicappers towards that center aisle and leave a little bit more room on those sides. So I think that's the concept that I think everyone's saying go with.
With an 8-person table.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And then with that, And I was thinking similarly to what Jay was thinking about, is there a way to slide that table back any? And if there isn't, is there a way to slide that wall back any?
The spaces behind it suffer at that point. We've got a break room back there. I think we've got it's a delicate balance. We can look at that. But in general, I think we have the walls set appropriately. I hope we can work within the room to come up with a preferable solution. But we'll certainly look at that.
10-4, sounds good.
Yep.
Columns on that back wall.
Are there? Yeah, there may be structure back there. Yeah.
Watch out for.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Or maybe just put a 45-degree instead of a 90-degree there on those two angles to left and right of the large view screen.
With the seating?
Gotcha.
No, just to take the sharp edges off those corners behind the Board of Commissioners table.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
Might be able to get 6 inches or 8 or 10.
We're used to chasing inches, so we'll do it. All right. Okay.
Okay.
We'll have something back to Mr. Morgan, I think relatively soon for distribution. And I think it is important if we all could get approval. We're coming in on the end of the design and we're getting drawings ready for bid. So the sooner we get this information, the better. So this is very helpful tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor.
Taylor,
Is this something as well that needs to be formally approved, or is this something where you could send out email out a sketch and we could all sort of nod our heads?
That's fine with us. I mean, I think we would like at least an email approval that says, when we have direction tonight, we will act on this direction, send you something. And if Mr. Morgan could say that's approved, that's all we need. For me, I don't know about if that's what the board needs.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Good to see you.
Thank you, friend.
All right.
And thank you, Mr. Morgan, for that initiative.
Now on the agenda, we have the thing here to go into close. But before we do that, let's explore whether we really need to do that. The idea when we put in that close was that we would perhaps want to sit back and discuss the questions that we were going to ask the candidates. And we have the questions. There are 9 of them supplied by developmental associates and 1 that was supplied by Commissioner Farrell, which I agreed to. That gives us 10 questions. I didn't hear from anybody else, so I'm assuming you were satisfied with the developmental associates questions. And the one that Commissioner Farrell gave me fit right in with that same number. So that would be 10 questions and then a final question to them as to whether or not they had any questions for us. So unless you think we need to go into close to have a long discussion about these questions, I would recommend that Cassie simply tell the 4 candidates that we have 2 hours and they will have 10 questions. And I think that's all we need to tell them. Now, if you want to go into close, I'm sorry?
I do not want to go into closed session if I don't have to.
Okay.
But I did have the formation of a question in my crazy day today and did not have the moment to jot it down and get it to you. So I think what I would do is float that question in an email to the board tomorrow morning. And if we want to run with it, run with it. If we don't,
we can add it if we need to. Yeah.
Right.
Jim, I think that's a good way to go.
I did send you some questions, not until 6:30 this evening, but I sent some general questions and then specific to the candidates as well. But I mean, I'm fine with the same that, I could send those out to the whole board by email and we could decide over that. based on the time.
All right.
Did I miss, Jay, did I miss your question? Was it sent to the whole board?
No, he
No,
just
I
did.
sent it to Jim. And one thing, Jim, I believe we just allow 1 hour and a half for the candidate. Is that correct?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
it's 1.5 hours. It's 1.5 hours, and then we've got some break time in there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So we got to, I mean, right now we have the, like I say, right now we have 10 questions in 1.5 hours. That's about how much? Maybe 10 minutes yeah, about 10 minutes a question with no follow-up. So why don't we do that? I mean, if you circulate, we can get this, or, you know, because I'm not sure we're going to be able to make too much headway with discussion further anyway. If we do if tomorrow you get those of you that have additional questions, maybe we can finalize this by email tomorrow, the next day.
Yeah. I don't have any questions. I thought the ones from Developmental Associates were very good.
I did too.
I like those. I did.
I thought their questions were quite good.
I do too. I think they were very good.
So, okay. Well, with that agreement, then.
One question, I guess, on process, which I don't think necessitates closed session. In conversation with Commissioner Shipp, I understood that memo from Developmental Associates in a way I had completely not previously contemplated, but that was the idea that it's not necessarily advised that one person, for example, the mayor, ask all 10 questions,
right?
But that we divide them up and one commissioner take question 1 and question 7,
yeah,
and ask that same question to each candidate,
yeah,
or all of the candidates, that kind of thing.
I agree. I think that's the perfect way to go.
Okay. Do others have thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Better approach.
Yeah, and I think we can decide how we operate. Well, just one point as well. I'm going to email these out to the board, but Pamela and Michael, I'm going to send them to your .gov because I do have the candidates' names in there for the specific questions. So
yeah, that's what I use. I use .gov now.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Confidential needs to go to the subject line.
Confidential, so it needs to go to the Gov one.
And confidential needs to be in the subject line.
Yep.
Yeah.
I add that now.
Sorry.
Yep. No.
All right. Well, if there's nothing else, thank you all very much.
I do have something. I have something.
Hey,
yep.
Commissioner concerns.
Yes, Commissioner concerns.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely.
It won't be long, be very, very quickly. I'm very concerned about the Confederates and the anti-Confederates. They were downtown, I think it was Friday, and it was very disturbing. One set was yelling at the other set. And it's very, as I said, it's very disturbing for people who are coming through town. It was Friday, actually, and they were there. Traffic was backed up. I don't know what we can do in reference to making sure that it's not a confrontational type situation. I understand people want to protest and they have the right because you have the freedom of speech, but it still has to be done in some orderly fashion, which doesn't disturb the town as much, because that yelling and almost fighting, that has just got to come to an end. People will stop coming into Pittsburgh for anything if they continue to see that.
I agree. From what I understand, there was actual fighting as well. I'm not sure what we do to.
Well, I don't know, but I know I don't see why they have bullhorns and shouting at each other. I don't see why we should allow them to have that. I don't know if that's illegal. I don't know, but I don't think you should have bullhorns that when a police officer comes by, you're going to yell at the police officer. I think that's totally disrespectful. And it has to be something to be able to control that crowd. It has to be some type of crowd control, because when it gets to a point where they're yelling and screaming at each other, both need to be told to leave. It's just totally disorderly. and unnecessary.
Pamela, agreed wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Yes. I mean, they certainly are disturbing the peace.
Yes.
Can I chime in if y'all don't mind?
Yes, please, Chief Johnson.
Yes.
So that's been the whole issue we've had this entire time. Making sure that everybody has their First Amendment right and, you know, are able to express their views whichever way it goes. And that has been a difficult balancing act on our part and back during the fall when the Sheriff's Department was helping us. So that's where, I mean, you know, we've batted it around. I mean, I don't know how we, I mean, we try to keep the peace the best we can. Unfortunately, we can't sit up there the whole time. But that is, and I understand, I mean, there's a lot of folks that are, you know, they're tired of hearing it, but, you know, what do we do as far as law enforcement officers to, you know, we can try to stop fights or, you know, do the best we can, but we also can't tread on people's rights. So that, like I say, that's where, you know, I Commissioner Baldwin, I hear the frustration and we're frustrated too. And I wish I had an answer. That's something that, you know, a lot of people ask me, well, can't y'all make them go to a certain spot and protest? And, you know, and that's actually, you know, I'm not sure if we can or not. That's something I've got to research, or, you know, that I can talk to, you know, Mr. Morgan about it, you know, just to try to figure that out. But that is, like I say, it is concerning, and that is a lot of the voices that we are hearing. Is just, you know, it's people are not wanting, you know, people are going to get to the point they're not wanting to come downtown Pittsburgh. So that's, like I say, that's where we're at, and like I say, any guidance, you know, that y'all may have or that you feel, then, you know, we'll do what is appropriate.
Well, I wasn't saying the police wasn't doing anything. No, I wasn't saying that.
Right,
No.
I understand, Ms.
Yes.
I understand that. I mean, like I said, that's just that it's like I say, it's just been a difficult act because we have both sides telling us that, you know, we're not protecting them, or, you know, we're not doing what we can, and it is. I mean, it's been frustrating. So that's, yeah, I know you won't saying that, but like I said, that's just something that we're trying, you know, as law enforcement officers, that's what we're trying to balance. So that's what we're trying to get. I want everybody to be able to say what they want to say, you know, and whether you agree with it or not, just as long as they can do it peacefully. So
that's it. That's true.
Yes, ma'am.
And Chief, you mentioned last fall the cooperation with the Sheriff's Department. What's the current status of them assisting, and would that help or hurt the confusion, I guess?
So they're still willing to help. I mean, you know, I talk with Sheriff Robertson almost daily now, just over, you know, different issues, or, you know, concerning this and back, you know, we're still dealing with Corona and COVID-19 stuff. But, you know, that is something that if we get a large crowd uptown again, then, you know, they will assist us in trying to keep peace, or, you know, trying to do what we need to do. So that, but like I say, that's just it's basically it's on, you know, it's on us now. During the fall, they kind of took lead because, you know, basically the issue was over the statue, which was on county property, and, you know, just so that was their deal, and so it's kind of, you know, back on us as far as the people that are showing up now.
Okay, it's good to hear the daily cooperation. I just want to make sure we continue to keep an eye on the overtime that our guys are working, the time they're getting home, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
And maybe we could ask everyone to go demonstrate on county property, and then.
Well, and that's it, but that's that's a balancing act, because actually they are on county property, but it's inside the city. So, you know, we're juggling that. And we also, you know, we've got we've been notified that there may be 2 demonstrations coming up in July, one on July 4th and one on July the 11th. So we're, I've got guys and I'm going to try to, we're going to have to, people may have to put off vacation day or, that maybe is going to plan something with their family for July 4th that, we may be here. So like I say, that's money wise and OT wise, hopefully it's not like it was last year, but just, just to let y'all know, it possibly could be.
So Mr. Johnson, Chief Johnson, I'm curious, for me, every time I'm challenged by citizens complaining about this, my starting point is always the budget and how I feel like we are really strapped. And when I hear from you and your predecessor that there's insufficient funding for staff relief in order to do training that you already have on your plate, not that you're shorting anything. I don't mean to imply that. I know you're taking care of the needs in terms of training, but I would like you to have adequate resources, that you have complete full staffing, don't have to get into overtime, and can still do the amount of training that you feel you need. And that also brings up that the public has suggested additional training, and one person has offered to fundraise philanthropic funds to support that. That's one thing. I just want you to understand, I feel like I'm very glad that the conversation this board on the budget earlier this evening did maintain at least the support that y'all had asked for. The other piece of this, though, is a set of concerns about the suggestion that there are people with weapons at public demonstrations. And I understand that that's a timing issue. And there's also some gray area where if it's just one person or 2 people, is that a demonstration? And then a larger volume of people coalesces, at which point then it has to be grappled with, I suppose. But I would not like to see people with hockey sticks or knives on their belts ever again if they're 2 or more with that flag, because I think that flag is clearly a sign, and it's a sign of protest because of what the county did in terms of moving the statue. So I think it's just, I'm sorry, let me go ahead, let you go ahead.
That, that Thursday was, it was an oversight on my part as far as the polls, or the hockey stick. We have addressed that if anyone does show up to protest or demonstrate, whether there's one person, on each side or just one person there and the other side's not here, that they're going to, if they're going to put those poles up, sticks up. As far as the weapons, I too have heard concerns that people had weapons, and I've got all of our CAD reports from the sheriff's or through our communications. I've got to look through those, but I work Thursday, and as far as I can remember, we never got a call as far as someone having a knife, a gun, anything like that.
Okay.
Now evidently it's been on Twitter, Facebook, just different social media sites are passed along to different people, but we, as a police department, never got that call. So
I appreciate
if
that.
we get the call, we don't know that, because that is definitely, something that would be addressed.
I thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. And there's also complexities where the way a person is standing, the weapon may be on their other side of their body. You may not see it. And I've advised people who describe themselves as anti-racists to please strive to have better communications with law enforcement officers so that it's not a person shouting, "Cop, he's got a gun," but rather a discreet, "Did you see the weapon?" or something a little bit more subtle, I think would be more constructive and helpful. But I don't know. You know your business, and I appreciate it.
There is whether it's an issue or problem from both sides. I mean, as far as, us trying to communicate with them or them communicating with us, because I mean, it's basically, it's like they're adversaries, and right now we're adversaries. So, because they're thinking we're going to come in and, take away some right they have, or, that they think they have. And that's something, like I say, we don't want to do.
Thank you.
Like I say, that is a struggle and an issue that we're dealing with, or, and are trying to work through.
Yeah. And to that extent, I am curious if, especially what you're hearing about July 4th and possibly July 11th, what are the thoughts between yourself and Sheriff Robertson about the potential benefit of implementing a public demonstration or registration or a policy that would require notification and some individual whose name is on an application? Or
I had specifically talked to Sheriff Robertson about that. But that is, I mean, it's something that we could try to look at. It's not a guarantee, that if someone wants to go and stand on a courthouse circle, they may not notify us. But then again, people may notify us. At least we do have a contact. So if we do get word, then we do try to, either maybe we can reach out, or we know, the people that are holding the protest or demonstration that we can, speak to on a one-to-one basis.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the discussion, Commissioner Baldwin.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all.
Is there anything else? Well, thank you. Thank you for the attention to detail tonight. I thought we did pretty well, and so congratulations to the board. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Oh.